supporters. Of course, Budweiser beer, the king of beer, pouring here for the first time in many seasons. Of course, we'd like to welcome Pepsi Cola back as well, proud to be pouring here at the Seekonk Speedway. New England Dodge dealers in the beautiful 1999 Dodge Dakota RT pickup. Now don't forget, tonight we've got a full night for you, but next Saturday night, we're waiting for this. They say 13's an unlucky number. I don't believe it anymore because the NASCAR Featherweight Modifieds will be back for the CarQuest 150. First time in 13 years that they'll be here at the Seekonk Speedway. 150 action for the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series. And our own Rick Martin has secured a seat behind the wheel of a car that is that has some history here as well. Joe Brady's 00. With that vehicle, well, that car has several wins in the past with drivers like Bugsy Stevens behind the wheel and several others. He'll take another shot at it next Saturday night with a new driver behind the wheel for the CarQuest 150. The cars are rolling out onto the racetrack now for the first of two heat events for the street stocks. And of course, I'm Kevin Boucher alongside Derek Perniciglio, and we'll bring you all the action from up top as tonight's racing goes along. Tonight is the Roy Devereaux Memorial for the Pro Stocks and the Sportsman Division. A coveted night for both of these divisions as they try to top off what could be either a spectacular season or a somewhat okay season. That is always something that the drivers look for. Ready to roll with round number 1 for the street stocks, and on the pole out of North Attleboro, Mass, car number 28, it's Billy Beardwood. Outside of Beardwood, out of Warwick, Rhode Island, car number 19 for Pete Simpson. 2 rows back on the inside, Edgartown, Mass's Alex Bernard in car number 49. Outside of Bernard, out of Oak Bluffs, Massachusetts, the number 72 for Al Clements III. Russ Horsfall will roll off 5th on the field in car number 4. He's out of New Bedford, Mass. Outside of Horsfall, out of North Attleboro, Mass, car number 17 for Kevin Folin. Mark St. George out of North Attleboro rolls off on the inside of row number 4 in the 01 outside of St. George. Out of Manville, Rhode Island, in the number 37, it's Jody Cirillo. Tom Furtado rolls off 9th out of Warren, Rhode Island, in car number 5 outside of Tom. Out of East Falmouth, Massachusetts, the number 58 for Louis Ramiza. Mark Langlois, last Saturday night street stock feature winner out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, will roll off 11th on the field outside of him. Out of Halifax, Massachusetts, car number 26 for Rob Mohan. Jim Sylvie on the 116 out of Middletown, Rhode Island, will roll off lucky 13th outside of him. And car number 10, it's Tim Morey out of West Yarmouth, Mass. And starting scratch, David Petty out of Assonet, Mass, in car number 29. That's the way their schedules go for round number 1 for street stock qualifying. And the 19 of Pete Simpson pulls out of line. To get warmed up, a little bit of a rain shower if you hadn't noticed. Load us up just a little bit, and you can still see the track just a little bit damp, but it's not going to hamper the street stocks too much. The main reason for that is they run a grooved racing tire, and that'll help just a little bit, and they're always fun to watch, of course. So they have not had a chance to run on the racetrack since the rains, and this will give them a chance to get acclimated to the racetrack. Looks like the racetrack is just about race ready for the street stocks as we get ready to go. 10 laps will be the distance for this heat event for the street stocks. 2 street stock heats, 2 sportsman heats, and 2 pro stock heats, and that'll put us into the feature racing action. Baby Grands are on hand with us, 4 on hand as well. action. Rocky Hudson atop the starter stand. He's got the flags in hand, helping out our chief starter, Eddie Morin. And they get the clinch green flag. We're looking to go next time around, 10 laps the distance for this first street stock heat. Beardwood setting the pace, a slow one at that, as they roll down the back straightaway very slowly. Alex Bernard keeping an even pace on the outside. Rocky waiting for them to hit the stripe off at turn number 4 as we get ready to go. Rocky looked him down. Beardwood and Simpson hit the stripe. Green flag is out. And our first event is a little bit late, but we are underway. As Beardwood gets the jump, Simpson sliding back just a little bit on the outside. Bernard up to second. Here comes Horsfall down low into third. Simpson gets kicked 3 wide down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Look at Kevin Boland hang high on the outside. Mark St. George following through down on the inside as well. Off at turn number 2, battle for second, heating up for Russ Horsfall in that orange, white, and blue number 4. Working the back bumper of Bernard as they roll off the 4th. Horsfall takes a look down low the outside lane. Falls up just a bit as Boland threads the needle down into turn number 1. Gets underneath Pete Simpson. Works the outside of the number 5 of Kevin Tom Furtado. And the 10 of Timothy Morey stalls on the back straightaway. And that's going to bring out the first caution of the night. Now gets a refired before the caution drops, and we do stay under green. And down the back straightaway, car number 4 for Russ Horsfall moves his way up in a second. Mark St. George third. Fourth is the back of Furtado. Boland now squeezes his way up to 5th. Brock Randall is following through on the inside as the 116 of Jim Sylvia works up top. Trying to work his way up towards the front. 5 down, 5 to go, and Billy Beardwood has this one all to himself, and the 5 of Furtado gets a little crossed up off the turn number 4. This is a little bit of ground to the 0-1 of Mark St. George. Kevin Boland falling back on the top side as Mark Langlois gets by down low. 9 cars will make the move up out of this speed heat event. And right now, the 26 of Mohan sits on that double spot with 3 to go this time by. Alex Bernard 1 spot out as he works the back bumper of the 26. Now with the third heating up, Mark St. George gets kicked up to the outside. Furtado takes a look down low. Off the second corner, they still go double wide, but the advantage is St. George's on the outside. Furtado now evens up off the corner with 2 laps to go. Looking to take over third, Mark St. George hanging tough up top. There's a double wide off at turn number 2. Give the advantage for Furtado. Langlois trying to follow through as well. Jody Cirillo in the break 37, falling back on the top side as Bernard gets by with 1 lap to go. The leader is Beardwood. Horsfall second. Furtado third. Langlois and St. George round out the top 5. Sylvia, Boland, Mohan, and now the 49 of Alex Bernard round out the top 9 qualifiers. And Beardwood will take home the win in round number 1. Russ Horsfall for second. Furtado third. The 12 of Langlois and the 0-1 of Mark St. George will round out the top 5 with the 116 of Jim Sylvia, the 17 of Kevin Boland, the 26 of Robert Mohan, and the 49 of Alex Bernard will round out the 9 qualifiers in heat number 1. Round number 2 rolling out onto the racetrack now.
The second and 2 Excel Charger Division heat race is rolling out onto the speedway right now and starting on the pole. He's a rookie to this division out of Rock, Rhode Island, the number 9 of Ryan Van Ness. Starting on the outside of road number 1, driving the number 2 out of Fall River, Massachusetts. That would be driven by Doug Rio. The third spot on the inside of this Rock, Rhode Island, the number 65 automobile, that's the Phoenix Fire Alarm, number 65 of Eddie Moniz. On the outside of Eddie Moniz, driving number 7. Will be Louis Dias. The 5th spot on the inside of Lynchbrook, Massachusetts will be the number 99 of Al Clemens IV. On the outside of road number 3 out of Silver, Massachusetts will be Brian Connors. Jeremy Lewis starts in the 7th position on the inside. He's out of West Warwick, Rhode Island. On the outside of him in the 8th position. Also out of West Warwick, Rhode Island is the number 6 of Steve Malcolm. The 9th spot on the inside will be Seekonk, Massachusetts own Eric Snow. He will start on the inside of row number 5. On the outside of Eric Snow, out of Warwick, Rhode Island, the number 30 of Mike Manaz. The 11th position on the inside. The number 6 is a hometown driver from Seekonk, Massachusetts with Rich Cavallaro. On the outside of Cavallaro, position on the inside out of Berkeley, Massachusetts will be Bobby Rose. And on the outside of Bob Rose, the 09 of Craig Jacobs. On the inside next is the number 36 of Peter McIsaac, and on the outside in the 16th position, the number 98 of Michael Goodstein. And rounding out the field, in the 17th position, the number 14 of Chris Rio. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 17 cars. Thank you. Ryan Vaness, a rookie to the field, is on the pole. Ted Rio alongside for the ride. So the rookie's going to bring the field down as the cars roll through turns 3 and 4. Rocky Hudson with the green in hand. They come off the fourth corner. The green flag flies along the way. A good run for Ryan Vaness. Off the corner, getting a good jump going into the inside to turn number 1. Eddie Williams dives to the inside. He takes over the second position. A lot of good battles going on in the back. Louis Dias mixing it up with Jeremy Lilly and the number 23 of Brian Connors. They all start to scramble. Connors gets a little bit sideways, and the rest of the field starts to scatter. With the 06 of Steve Malcolm going up to the high side, sliding it off turn number 2. But action now moves to the third and fifth spots in the field between Louis Dias and number 8 of Jeremy Lilly. Lilly loses the spot to the number 7 of Tyus. He takes over the fifth position. Battle on back to the field between Bobby Rose and number 24 and 06 of Steve Malcolm. They're side by side as they go down at the turn number 3. All the cars in front of them running bumper to bumper, but the leader who is out in front is the number 9 of Ryan Vaness. Graduate of Formula 4 Division's here at Seekonk Speedway. Right behind him is Eddie Moniz, then it's Doug Rio, Louis Dias, Jeremy Lilly, Brian Connors, the number 6 automobile, and Rich Cavallaro. Right behind him, Bobby Rose, Paul Pettencourt, then it's the number 99. And then it's Mike Vaness, the number 30, as they get the halfway signal from Rocky Hudson. They make their way up to the corner. Good scramble for position right there. Louis Dias gets underneath Doug Rio as they come out to turn number 4. And Jeremy Lilly will follow right on through to Rio 2 spots back. Tough break for Rio, losing 2 positions as they dive down into turn number 3. Running bumper to bumper, and here they come. With Rio continuing to be the number 9 of Ryan Vaness. He leads them. He's got about a 4-car length advantage over the number 65 of Eddie Moniz. But keep an eye on number 7 of Louis Dias. Dias is Charles Menard, and he's trying to mount the last few laps pitch effort to try to catch 65 of Moniz. Moniz pushes up the track, losing the handle on that automobile, and Louis Dias will take the advantage away, and he moves into the runner-up spot with the 2-lap signal out. Just 2 more laps to go around the speedway. That finds Ryan Vaness out in front. Right behind them, a good battle shaping up between the number 65 and number Louise and the number 8 of Jeremy Lilly. Lilly looking to the inside as the white flag comes out. Lilly getting very sideways in the middle of turns 3 and 4, losing valuable ground to the 65 Eddie Moniz. But with all that happening on behind him, the 6 of Cavallaro takes that spot away from the 2. As they come off the fourth corner, new winner taking the checkered flag will be Ryan Vaness. He's chased to the line by the number 7 of Louis Dias. In the third, it's the number 65 of Eddie Moniz. Then it's Jeremy Lilly. Tough call to say who finished in the top 5. It was a battle right there between Bobby Rose and the number 6 of Rich Cavallaro. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the second of 2 Excel Charger Street Stock heats, and we are going to roll out the Sportsman's next.
You know, Derek, for years I've been telling people that the fans of Seekonk Speedway are the absolute best, that they're very loyal. If they like their driver, they'll let you know, and if they don't like somebody else, they'll let you know that too. But tonight absolutely proves the loyalty for the fans, and the staff and management here want to send out a big thank you. I know we've said it before, we'll probably say it again, but a great big thank you going out to everybody for being patient with us while Mother Nature wasn't. And we're going to get this one in. The sun is out, the skies are cleared, and track 12 laps will be the distance. 12 cars will take the green flag in this one. Absolute best, that they're very loyal. Car number 9 outside of Paul. Out of Massachusetts. In car number 4, it's Steve Randall. 2 rows back on the inside, Rob Doobie out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, in car number 44. And outside of him, out of Warren, Rhode Island, last Saturday night sportsman winner, the number 65 for Fred Lauro. 3 rows back on the inside, out of Coventry, Rhode Island, to the number 88 for Ken Bamford. Outside of Bamford, out of Block Island, Rhode Island, in car number 13, it's Robbie Murphy. Dave Titus rolls off on the inside of row number 4 out of Attleboro, Mass. in the deuce. Outside of him, out of Fall River, Mass. in car number 6, it's Ed Gannon III. Jerry DeGasperi Jr. rolls off at 9th on the grid out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, car number 71. Outside of him, out of Taunton, Mass., the number 26 for Peter Fernandez. And on the inside of row number 6 out of Mansfield, Mass., your current points leader, 4th overall in the region. Out of Mansfield, Mass., the number 99 for the Fireball, Glenn Young. And starting scratch out of Norton, Mass., car number 02 for Leroy Hudson. So we're just about set to go with round number 2, the 23. Brian Connors getting some assistance back into the pit area in his number 23. Hopefully he'll be able to get that one straightened out for the consolation round coming up in just a little bit. Right now as the sportsman division rolls off onto the racetrack, just about set to go in just a couple of minutes. And it looks like Rob Doobie and Glenn Young still have yet to make it out onto the racetrack. Doobie in the 44. He'll have to start at the rear of the field and looking for the green next time by, waiting for Fireball to roll off the pit road. And it looks like we're ready to go green. Our chief starter, Eddie Martin, with the flags back in hand. And here comes the Fireball now, rolling out of the pit area. He'll hit the field running at the rear. Caution light goes out around the speedway, and we're ready to roll for 12 laps in this first Exide Late Model Sportsman Heat event. Paul Vaness and Steve Randall on the front row as they roll off for turn number 4. Green flag is out. And Vaness gets the jump on the start. Randall trying to hold on to the outside. Aurora down at the bottom. The yellow and blue number 65 gets a run up into second. So 2 sights on the leader. Steve Randall off the corner. They come in. Rob Murphy in the number 13 takes a look down the road. Randall gets sideways off the corner. Trying to gather it back in. Down to the bottom he goes, and Randall in the number 4 drifting back. The 88 of Bamford. Bamford gets by. The 2 of Titus rolls by down low. Here comes the 6 of Ed Gannon trying to race his way up into the top 5 as well. Problems already as Randall gets sideways. The 6 gets involved. The 02 of Leroy Hudson spins down the infield. Stuck in the wet grass. Looks like he's rolling, but he's there under 3. Hudson rolls off for turn number 2. And look at Murphy down at the bottom. Gets a run underneath Vaness as they head down into 3. Double wide for the lead off of turn number 4. 4 laps in the books this time. And Robbie Murphy will take the lead that time by. Down into 1 and 2. Vaness sliding back on the top side. As the 65 of Roll gets a run down to the inside. The 88 of Bamford and the 2 of Titus round out the top 5 as they roll off at turn number 4. Off the island and onto the racetrack. Robbie Murphy goes. He currently leads them off at turn number 2. About a half a straightaway ahead of the number 65 of Roro. Half a car length ahead, rather, of Roro, the number 65. And that's back to 3rd. Deep in the back, look at the 99 of Glenn Young trying to pass him, does. Gets by the 26 of Peter Fernandez, working the back bumper of the 71 of Jerry DeGasperi, but up front, double wide for the lead across the straight, Murphy down to the bottom, Rolo up on the top side as they go double wide off at turn number 2, Vanessa sits 3rd on the grid, and car number 9 waiting for a hole to open up. Off at turn number 4 they come, and across the stripe, leading to Rolo by about a third into the corner and gets the advantage. Black flag out for the number 4, Steve Randall. Off at turn number 4, your leader comes. It is now Ron Oro with the number 65. He rolls down into turn number 1. Murphy battles back down on the bottom. And the black flag out for Randall for a flat left front tire. 2 to go this time by double wide for the lead. Who's it going to be across the stripe? Lower by about a foot and a half as they hit the stripe. And off the corner, Laura opens up about a half a car length advantage. White flag high in the air. Murphy's battling back down to the inside. Double wide for the lead. And across the stripe one more time. Give it to Laura. But he's got to hold on to it up the mile. Murphy trying to get a run down the bottom. Can't do it up in turn number 2. Vanessa still sits there at third, waiting for something to open up. Checkered flag is out in the air, and off the corner they come. Double wide and across the stripe. Gives a win for Ron Murphy, the rookie in car number 13. The 65 of Laura in for second. The 9 of Vanessa third. The 88 of Kenny Bamford fourth. And the 2 of Dave Titus rounds out the top 5. And how about that? What a run for the rookie in the number 13. They say 13's an unlucky number, but you can't tell that to Rob Murphy.
Two sportsman heats rolls on the front straightaway, starting on the pole out of Seekonk, Massachusetts. SC Vance Automotive. Automobile, the number 0 of Mike Tracy on the outside. Former feature winner here earlier in the season. Out of Swansea, Massachusetts, the number 56 of Linwood Cowan. Third spot on the inside of Warwick, Rhode Island, the number 11, the lady driver, Tracy Harrigan. On the outside of Tracy Harrigan, out of the Sonnet, Massachusetts, the number 57 of the Dean Petty. The fifth spot on the inside out of Somerset, Massachusetts, number 81 of James Lawrence. On the outside of James Lawrence out of Westport, Massachusetts, that's the Lawton's Garage Automobile, the number 70 of Glenn Lawton. The seventh spot on the inside finds the number 10 of Scott Dion, and on the outside of him, in the eighth position, the number 3 of Ken Spencer out of Taunton, Massachusetts. The ninth spot on the inside finds the number 7 out of Cranston, Rhode Island, and Tom Scully Jr. On the outside of him, in the number 89 out of Rehoboth, Massachusetts, that's the W.E. Pro Automobile of Ron Reed. The 11th position on the inside will find the number 32 of Bill Goodwill, and rounding out the field at Carver, Massachusetts, the number 28, that's the Bridgeport Welding Automobile for Sean Woodward. 12 cars to take the green, ladies and gentlemen. Eddie Moore and Rocky Hudson, the two men with the plan, up in the grandstand, showing the field at the line. The next time by, they're going green. The advanced auto, number 0, Mike Tracy, is going to bring it down. The William Cowan on the outside. That's the Precision Race Engines, number 56, a former feature winner here at the Seekonk Speedway just 2 weeks ago. Big win for that gentleman. And on the inside, row number 2 is the big boy, Harley Davidson, number 81 of James Lawrence, former champion here at the Seekonk Speedway. Getting ready and getting set to go green. You can hear the field start to pick up the pace. They hit the hot line. The green flag flies underway. They'll take it down the front straightaway, side by side. William Cowan losing a piece of his car, actually, as they roll through turns 1 and 2. He slides to the top of the track, and the yellow flag flies. Slowing this field down. Eddie Warren showing the field the yellow flag. It's a piece of debris. In turn number 1, you can see that white metal piece laying right in the middle of the track, Kevin.
Well, the way he came out from underneath the vehicle and the way he stopped almost abruptly, almost looks like a piece of the drive shaft off that machine. Well, like, that can be real dangerous if that's what it was. Because if that snaps, and a lot of our drivers have felt that that's why they have loops around the drive shaft, because if that breaks, it can easily come up into the driver's compartment. So that's going to be a tough break for Cowan, coming off a win a couple of weeks ago, and trying to carry that momentum here tonight. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. We'll see if he can get that car taken care of for the main event.
Well, the tough break with the drive shaft breaking is, pretty much if the drive shaft breaks, you go nowhere. That's what really drives the main rear end assembly, which basically drives you to the front of the field, and unfortunately, William Cowan's going to find himself on the hook. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, we've said it once, we've said it twice, and we're going to say it again next week. The race that everyone's been waiting for, June 24th, we'll find the stars and cars of the NASCAR Feather Light Modified Series. You can see drivers like Tony Hirschman, Ted Riggett, Jamie Tomato, a host of others, Chris Kopech, so many guys to mention from all around the area. And of course, Aaron's is going to come along and sponsor the race. Aaron's 312, who sponsors Bobby G's NASCAR Modified. The Modified Series event held here at Seekonk Speedway has a really exciting addition that benefit all of you NASCAR fans. Prior to the start of the event, the name of one qualified competitor in the race will be drawn. furniture courtesy of Aaron's Leisure Purchase. Fans' name will be drawn from the pre-registered entries at the end of the race. The furniture will be delivered to your home the week following the race. So, Aaron's coming along to offer a little bit of prize furniture, actually, to one of the fans, and it's also going to be a race within a race, Kevin, when the modifieds and Bill here next week. Getting ready to go back to green. The zero, Mike Tracy's going to bring him right back down. They come out the fourth corner. Tracy gets a little sideways. He gets the advantage on the outside. They're side by side as they go through turns 1 and 2. Tracy really hanging tough on the bottom. Eddie on the high side. Glenn Lawton also up there in that second groove as they roll through turns 3 and 4. Eddie sliding with just a little bit. They cross the line as they go down into turn number 1. But Mike Tracy holding tough on the bottom. Glenn Lawton trying to go 3 wide as they go down the back straightaway with Tracy on the bottom, Eddie on the top. And they're still side by side. It's everyone's race as they come across the line. The number 57 of Team Petty. He holds a slight advantage over the zero of Mike Tracy. Tracy holding tough on the bottom end of the speedway. That's the short way around. Team Petty taking that ill-advised long way around the speedway. But number 81 of James Lawrence is come out the fourth corner, trying to make it through right as they go through their front. Watch out for the number 70 of Glenn Lawton. Lawton trying to stick his nose between Team Petty and Tracy to try to make it through right as they come down the front straightaway. He's got the one of James Lawrence to his inside as they roll through turns 1 and 2. But right behind them, watching it all, is the number 3 of Ken Spencer. A good battle right there. The top 5, 6 cars are under a blanket. Number 32 of Bill Goodman, getting a little bit sideways, losing some momentum. But still, the top 5 cars remain under a blanket. A good move for the 81 of James Lawrence, moves into the second spot. And we've got the halfway signal being shown by Eddie Warren as the skate. There's the skate. And the leader, the number 0 of Mike Tracy, holding up the 81 of James Lawrence, the 3 of Ken Spencer, and the 57 of Team Petty. All 4 of those cars are under a blanket. Here comes the 32 of Bill Goodman. He rounds out the top 5. And right behind them, a good battle. Petty spins in turn number 2, trouble in turn number 2. Gets the car sideways. We're going to see if we can get that car righted once again. The lower flag flags. We're going to slow the field down, and Team Petty will start to roll away.
Well, don't forget, while you're walking around the speedway tonight or just sitting down enjoying the action, catch one of the vendors walking around the speedway and grab yourself a copy of tonight's program. Coming down to the finals of the Pick a Name for the Program contest. Tonight, I believe, is the last night. I'll have to double check on that, but if not, next week definitely. I think they said to the end of June, so we're getting close to the end of Name the Program contest. Pick a name and you'll get a free subscription to the season's programs, copy of each week's program, and of course, with the program, you can pick up some lucky prizes on the Cisco's performance page, or call off some lucky numbers and check that out. It's about 5 pages in from the back. And we got some prizes to be given away later on tonight. We've got a Dale Jarrett keychain, a Dale Earnhardt beanbag car, a Mark Martin model, a Dale Jarrett talking car, and a Mark Martin talking car. We'd like to thank KndDesign.com for that. And of course, don't forget, Quality Fruitland, just up the road on Route 6, has donated a $5 gift certificate for one of the best grinders in town.
Get ready to go back to green once again. With the Exxon Short Track Sportsman Division, Mike Tracy continues to show the way around. James Lawrence alongside for the line. They hit the green flag off the fourth corner. Here they come back to the line. We are underway with Mike Tracy leading and going down at the turn number 1. But the number 2 of Ken Spencer, using that bottom gear to try to make it past the 81 of James Lawrence, moves into that second spot with a good advantage for Glenn Lawton, trying to sneak his way in there on the bottom. He moves into the third position, shuffling James Lawrence up to the high side with the 0 of Tracy making contact with the 2 of Spencer, and Spencer down the ring. The number 2 is Mike Tracy. He's chasing the line by the 3 of Ken Spencer. Right behind him will be the number 70 of Glenn Wharton. Then it's Ron Reed and James Lawrence to round out your top 5.
Well, sportsman cars are qualified, and that can only mean one thing. The NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks are getting ready to roll out onto the main event to qualify for the Roy Devereaux Memorial Race. Roy Devereaux, a long-time competitor here in the past at the Seekonk Speedway, each and every season. His wife Mary picks a night out of the racing season to dedicate to his honor. Roy raced here many seasons, mainly in the cut downs, but his son Roy following through for many seasons in what has now become our sportsman division. And tonight is the night we honor him. And one lucky driver from the Pro Stocks and one driver from the sportsman division will get a chance to take home that Devereaux trophy. We'll see who it is as the Pro Stocks roll out onto the racetrack, and starting on the pole out of Westport, Mass, car number 25. Defending sportsman champion, running for Rookie of the Year honors, it's Brian Souza. Outside of Souza, out of Raynham, Massachusetts, in car number 28, it's Todd Henshaw. 2 rows back on the inside out of Cranston, Rhode Island, car number 12 for Bob Pellin Jr. Outside of Pelland, out of Middleborough, Massachusetts, in car number 44, it's Jimmy Rosenfield. Wayne Dion rolls off 5th out of Warwick, Rhode Island, in the number 99. Outside of him, Lenny Ellis out of North Dartmouth, Mass, in car number 41. 4 rows back on the inside, Bob Tripp out of Westport, Mass, in the 81 machine. Outside of him, Billy Manchester in car number 95 out of Westport, Mass. Flying Freddie Estelle Jr. rolls off on the inside of row number 5 out of Westport, Mass. Outside of him, out of Berkeley, Mass, last Saturday night's Pro Stock feature winner, Dick Houlihan. And starting scratch out of East Taunton, Mass, car number 34 for Dave Poirier. Brian Souza has elected to start at the rear of the field. And that'll correct everybody up. That'll put Todd Henshaw and Bobby Pelland in row number 1. Jimmy Rosenfield and Wayne Dion in row 2. Lenny Ellis and Bobby Tripp. Row 3, Billy Manchester, Freddie Estelle, Dick Houlihan, and the 25 of Brian Souza at the rear of the field. So 15 laps the distance for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks as they get ready to qualify for the Roy Devereaux Memorial. Caution lights are out, and we're ready to go. Next time by Henshaw and Pelland down the front row. As we get ready to go green, Eddie Moran's got it in his hand. As Henshaw brings him down into turn number 3, across the stripe they go. Green flag is on, they're underway. Henshaw with an advantage off the second corner. Pelland trying to hold on to the outside. Jimmy Rosenfield and Dion still neck and neck for that 3rd and 4th spot. Off the corner they come. Pelland closing in the gap on the outside. Dead even as they hit turn 1, but off the 2, Henshaw's got a little bit of an advantage as they pull away just a little bit from Rosenfield and Dion. Behind them, the 81 of Bobby Tripp. 6 Tripp down the field as he shuts the door on the 41 of Ellis. And behind him on the outside, here comes Estelle, the green and yellow 14, and the orange number 1 of Dick Houlihan on the outside. Off of turn number 4, he gives the lead to Henshaw. Pelland in 2nd, Rosenfield 3rd, Dion 4th. The 81 of Tripp rounds out the top 5 down the back straight away. Pelland back on the outside, running double wide off of turn number 4. That's the battle for the lead, and Todd Henshaw doing a great job holding on down low. Pelland has not been able to get a good run on the outside to get by Henshaw, but Henshaw running strong enough down to the bottom. Dion starting to backslide on the top side. As Bobby Tripp gets by down low, the 41 of Lenny Ellis now works the bottom side of Dion off of turn number 2. Freddie Estelle starting to slide back just a little bit. He's got Dick Houlihan down on the inside. As they run deep in the back, let's take another look up to the front of the field. Pelland now getting some momentum momentum on the outside, edging out the 28 as they hit turn 3. Henshaw battles back down on the bottom. Cross flags are down. And Bobby Pellin easing his way out into the lead. Henshaw gets a little crossed up off the corner. Pellin now sets the pace. Tripp now takes a look to the outside. Rosenfield getting a little bit anxious right there in fourth, trying to find a way by the 28 of Henshaw. But if he's going to do it, he's going to have to take a look up high, just like Pellin and Tripp had to do. Off the turn number 4, and Pellin sets the pace by about 3 car lengths. Leading one of Bobby Tripp's in second. The 28 of Henshaw continuing to hold on to third. Rosenfield taking a look by. With Lenny Ellis in tow, Dave Poirier heads towards pit road. Lenny Ellis now takes a break to the outside as the 44 of Rosenfield tries to hold on down to the bottom. Henshaw holding them off for the time being as they roll up at turn 4. Ellis takes a look at the top side. Can't get the momentum that time. We'll see what he can do as they head to turn 3. Gets the momentum to cross up to the floor, but that's about as well as he can go as he starts to slide back just a little bit. Drumsticks up in the air, 2 to go this time by for Bobby Pellin as he rolls off at turn number 4. Bobby Tripp in tow, 3 car lengths back. He's got about a half a straightaway lead over the 28 of Todd Henshaw. Jimmy Rosenfield sitting in 4th. Billy Manchester in the number 95, working his way up to 5th right now. Final lap for the field. We'll take the look at the battle for Tripp as they roll into turn number 1. Ellis on the outside, Manchester down low. Back up front, your leader rolls up at turn number 4. Bobby Pellin will take the win. Bobby Tripp in for second. Third is going to be the 28 of Todd Henshaw. With Jimmy Rosenfield and the 95 of Billy Manchester rounding out the top 5. Lenny Ellis is 6th. The 7th will be the number 1 of Dick Houlihan. Dion back in 8th with the 25 of Brian Souza and the 14 of Freddie Estelle Jr. rounding out the field on the racetrack. Round number 1 is complete, and our final qualifier for first round qualifying out on the racetrack now.
The second and 2 pro stock qualifying events makes their way out onto the speedway. This is the premier division here at the Seekonk Speedway, and starting on the pole will be the number 4 out of Barrington, Rhode Island, for Ray Alexander. Alongside for the ride on the outside of row number 1 out of Seekonk, Massachusetts, the number 87 of Mike Cavallaro. The second row on the inside finds Dorchester, Massachusetts, double 0 for John Dabrowski. The outside of him will be the white number 2, the Costas Insurance Automobile for Tom Scully. The inside of row number 3 out of Pembroke, Massachusetts, the number 31 of Jeff Goodrow. And on the outside of him, the number 77, he has the longest haul to get here at Seekonk Speedway from Derry, New Hampshire. It will be Alan McClure. The 7th position on the inside out of Swansea, Massachusetts, will be the number 11 of Vinnie Anarumo. On the outside of Anarumo out of Somerset, Massachusetts, that's the Viveros Insurance, the Carver Brothers Auto Supply, number 46 for Chad Chase. Inside row number 9 will be the 96 of Dave Hutchins, and on the outside, the point leader at the Seekonk Speedway, Westport, Massachusetts, number 24, the Radical Rick Martin. Rounding out the field will be the Cox Communications, Carreras Racing Engines, OSO.com, number 48, the Keith Morrow. 11 cars out on the track, 15 laps to be the distance. This is the second of 2 qualifying events for the Premier Division here at the Seekonk Speedway, the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks. Ray Alexander, Mike Cavallaro on the front row. These 2 drivers are going to bring them back down to Eddie Warren's green flag as they get ready to hit the hot line in turn number 3. The green flag flies, and we're on the way. Ray Alexander takes the advantage of the top of the green, goes out in front. Good battle for the second spot between the 87 of Cavallaro and the 00 of Dombrowski. Those 2 drivers are going side by side, as is Jeff Goodrow and the 2 of Tom Scully. This is down at the turn number 1, the 87 of Mike Cavallaro takes the advantage. He's got the second position covered, but there's Scully on the outside, battling for that runner-up spot. 3 wires that come out turn number 4. And he just starts to pan out. Alan McClure in the middle of the sandwich that had Rick Martin on the outside, but everyone starts to get in formation. They go down at the turn number 3 and 4. It's Scully on the outside. Scully looking to the high side of Cavallaro. Dombrowski 2 by 2 as they cross the line. That finds Cavallero still leading it. Scully to the high side. Dombrowski on the bottom. Goodrow also on the bottom. Chasing Dombrowski into turn number 3. And now the 87 of Cavallero from sideways. Wide now into turn number 3. Scully taking a little bit of a shot from the number 36 of Chad Chase. He loses some valuable ground. And here goes Chad Chase in the third position on the speedway. Now he's looking to the outside of the 7 of Mike Cavallero. As all of those drivers race down into turn number 1. Off turn number 2 with Dombrowski still on the bottom. And Chad Chase working the top line of the speedway as they come off turn number 4 side by side. Still, the battle is for second on back. Twin sticks up in the air. The popsicle sticks as they also call them, but it's the 2-lap signal. The rest of the field comes off the fourth lap, and Chad Chase takes the air in second position from Mike Cavallero, working the high side around the speedway as they go down the back straightaway. But as they make their way off the fourth corner, the white flag flies for Ray Alexander, who's got about a half a track lead within Chad Chase. 87 of Cavallero, Dombrowski, Goodrow, Rick Martin, and the 38 of Keith Morrow. But now the checkered flag flies for Ray Alexander. He takes down the win, followed by Chad Chase. Here's the 87 of Mike Cavallero, the double zero of John Dombrowski. I believe it was the 31 of Jeff Goodrow, and Radical Rick Martin looked to round out the top 5, but also, as you know, those results are unofficial.
Well, that's about as close as you can get with some pro stock racing without actually having to throw the question. How about a tip of the hat to Mike Cavallero? Did a great job holding on to that machine as Dombrowski got a little impatient there off of turn number 4. Did a great job holding on to that car as he came off of turn number 4 sideways and gathering it back in. A good run for him. Looks like maybe he finally turned that corner, and the bad luck that's been plaguing him all season long has finally jumped off the back of him. So it's good to see him have a good run. Ray Alexander looks very strong. So it should be one heck of a night of racing, let me tell you. And ain't it a good thing that we stuck around through the rain to watch the racing tonight?
Well, I tell you, it looked for a little while that Mother Nature was going to have yet another rain out up here in the Northeast. The Northeast so far in the beginning of the season being plagued with rainouts at various tracks in the Northeast. But a nice warm front coming in today, and of course the sun out now. And the rest of the track, as you see, is drying up.
Ready to roll for round number 2 qualifying for the street stocks as they get ready to roll off of pit road. The consolation round, if you will, and on the pole out of Manville, Rhode Island, in the Cranston Wall covering Paul Bailey's Ford, car number 37, it's Jody Cirillo. 2 rows back on the inside out of Oak Bluffs, Massachusetts, car number 11, not wrong one, car number 99 for Al Clements the 4th. 2 rows back on the inside out of Warwick, Rhode Island in the custom drywalls, celebrity photo car number 19. It's Pete Simpson, and outside of Simpson, out of Cranston, Rhode Island, car number 36 for Pete McIsaac. 3 rows back on the inside out of Oak Bluffs, Massachusetts, the Mary Ann Turkington upholstery, car number 72 for Al Clements III. Outside of Clements, out of Somerville, Massachusetts, and the Ross Food Services car number 23 for Brian Connors. Rolly Reza rolls off on the inside of row number 4 out of East Falmouth, Mass, the Falmouth Recycling car number 58. And outside of him, in car number 98, Mike Goldstein in car number 98 on the outside of row number 4. Timothy Morey in car number 10 will roll off 9th. He hails from West Yarmouth, Massachusetts. Outside of him, in car number 09, Gregory Jacobs behind the wheel. 5 rows back on the inside, the number 25 for David Petty out of Assonet, Mass. Outside of Petty, Steve Malcolm out of West Warwick in the 06. 7 rows back on the inside, Fall River, Mass's Chris Rio in car number 14, and starting scratch out of Seekonk, Mass. The Darlings Restaurant Special Olympics, Rhode Island, car number 83 for Eric Snow. That's the way they're scheduled to go. Green flag high in the air, and we are underway. Down the back straightaway, Cirillo gets the jump for Simpson right behind on the back bumper. Ricky Clements worked the high side, and that powder color number 99 as he tries to get a run up on the top side. Behind that, Peter McIsaac in the number 36. Brian Connors works the outside. The 72 of Clements, the third, splits the 36 of McIsaac down to that straightaway. Contact as Connors and McIsaac drift in the racetrack. The 23 of Connors goes sideways. They both straightened out. And the 23 of Connors pulls away. Gregory Jacobs spins down to the infield. McIsaac pulls away. The 10 of Maury gets the black flag. We stay under green. But it doesn't look like Maury's going to make it back out onto the racetrack. Black flag out for the 25 with David Petty with some problems on that machine. Looks like one of the wheels is rubbing up against the fender. The leader comes off at turn number 4, and it is Tony Cirillo, the bright orange number 37. The 19 of Pete Simpson is the second. Al Clements the fourth is third. Al Clements the third is fourth. Figure that one out. And Louis Lemisa rounds out the top 5. The 25 of David Petty got the black flag. He's going to head pit side. Cross flags out, and we're at the halfway point. And your top 6 pretty much settled amongst themselves. 7th right now, the 83 of Eric Snow. And 8th right now, the 98 machine of Mike Goldstein. Goes to tail the top 3 down into turn number 1, the 37 of Jody Cirillo. Pete Simpson takes a look down to the bottom of turn number 2. Clements the 4th is 3rd. Sitting right there, battle for 4th, leading up is Al Clements the 3rd, the number 19, number 72 rather, battles with the 06 of Steve Malcolm. Malcolm did a great job running up through the field, takes a look to the outside. Cross flags this time by, and Cirillo brings him down across the stripe. He's got Peter McIsaac right in front of him, that 36. McIsaac drops to the upside and lets the leader go down low. The 37 of Cirillo gets around. McIsaac shuts the door. McIsaac gives a lap down with 1 lap to go. The 19 of Simpson and the 99 of Clements right there. Look at Malcolm work the back bumper as he throws the back end through the corner. Eric Snow up into 6th and a qualifying spot. Checkered flag is high in the air. Jody Cirillo rolls off the corner, and he will hold on for the win. Simpson at the 2nd. The 99 of Clements the 3rd is 3rd. Clements the 4th is 3rd. The 06 of Steve Malcolm and the 72 of Al Clements the 3rd is 4th. And Kevin Goldstein, Michael Goldstein rather, into the outside retaining wall right after the start finish. Wanted to finish that one with a bang, I guess. And he's able to pull away into his own power. Looks like that left front tire just a little bit low on air as he does pull away. So all the qualifiers are all set. The Baby Grands are about to roll out for their feature event.
The Baby Grand stock cars are set to roll out onto the Speedway next. These are a spec racing vehicle. They're 2/3 the scale of the Winston Cup cars. They are in adult series. Their ages go from 16 and up. And the 2000 season is their first year in New England. There's approximately 300 owners nationwide, and it was originally started in 1997, sponsored by Baby Grand Stock Car Association. The cars are basically made up of 1.5-inch tube steel tubing. They use 1300cc Yamaha 4-cylinder engines. They weigh on the average of 1,250 pounds. They have a 10-to-1 compression ratio, and they use a regular Yamaha 5-speed sequential slap shifter, as they're also called. The rear end is a Winter's quick change wheel. The tires, of course, are Goodyear Eagles. They are the series sponsor for this division. Four-wheel disc brakes, 11-piece fiberglass Monte Carlo bodies, Grand Prix bodies, and Tauruses. These cars, ladies and gentlemen, have been clocked at 156 miles an hour at Road America in SCCA events. If you want to, you can reach Baby Grand on the web at www.babygrandracing.com. We've got the competitors out on the field right now. And starting on the pole will be the number 97 of Paul Noonan out of southeastern Massachusetts. That's the EraseMS.com automobile. The Erase MS provides medical equipment and resources for multiple sclerosis patients and their families and their sponsors to bring awareness to the disease and the sickness. identification. Scott Bruno, please meet the police officer in the beer stand. In turn number 4, he has your wallet and identification. But with all of that going on, ladies and gentlemen, rolling down the back straightaway, once again, taking down yet another feature event victory and multi-time feature event winner here this year, the Spriggs Auto Richco Racing Peter Van Tile, number 10, Corey Street and Trail Automobile. Liquid Lee Hayes takes down the feature event victory, coming all the way from 18th position on the field.
Exciting as an event you're going to get for the Formula 4s. 3 wins on the season for Lee Hayes. I'm here with, we got a brand new wireless for the 2000 racing season. Hopefully it won't cut out on me too much. Down here in turn number 1 and a lot of orange around me. How you doing? What's your name, sir?
Gary from Somerset.
Gary from Somerset. Is that your whole name or?
Gary Tebow.
Gary Tebow. Would you come here every week?
No.
You enjoying yourself tonight?
Yes.
Did you think we were going to get it in?
No.
That makes about a lot of us, probably. You looking forward to a good Father's Day?
Yes.
Man of many words down here. Well, we told you before the national anthem we were going to call off some lucky numbers from tonight's Seekonk Speedway program, and I've got them here in my hand. Open up your programs to the Cisco's performance page. You want to help me read them off to the fans?
Sure.
We'll get more than one word out of them next time, I'm sure about that. We've got some prizes from KND Design. So we've got a Dale Jarrett talking race car, a Dale Jarrett keychain, a Dale Jarrett feedback up. Try to get this thing without any feedback. A Mark Martin motto and a Mark Martin talking card, and a $5 gift certificate to Quality Fruitland, located just west of the Speedway, about a quarter of a mile, for the best grinder in town. Now that's their wording, and I haven't had one yet, so I can't agree with it or not. We'll let you call off the first couple of numbers.
Oh, the first number is 62840. And the second number is 61592.
The third number on that, 62791. And the fourth number is 65671. And we'll let you finish off the last two.
And the next 6302. And the next one is 622.
Well, darn microphone cutting out. 63026 and 64322. How about a big round of applause for the fans over here in turn number 1? You got a favorite driver?
Chad Chase.
Good pick, good pick. And you looking forward to the modifieds next week? That was a yes when the microphone cut out, as is the rest of us. Well, we're just about to continue on, and at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask you all to please rise. And gentlemen, please remove your caps as we honor the greatest nation in the world for the playing of our national anthem.
Seekonk Speedway and the New England Dodge Dealers Pace Truck here at the track. Very, very shortly we're going to roll out the Pro Stock feature event, but we've got a birthday wish going out to one of our weekly regulars here at the Seekonk Speedway, celebrating one of those magical numbers. Happy 50th birthday to Don Odette from New Bedford, Massachusetts, from your wife, friends, and family, intern number 1. So, a big happy 50th. I don't know if you'd call that an over-the-hill birthday, but big birthday wish going out to Don Odette from your wife, friends, and family, located to all of the many Royal Blood fans in turn number 1. Getting ready and set to roll out the Pro Stock feature very, very shortly, taking a little bit of a short break, and we will be back to you with the lineup. Seekonk Speedway will be getting underway with racing action here. And just to go through the lucky numbers that were called from the Cisco's performance page in the program was 62840, 61592, 62791, 65671, 63026, and 64322. Those are the lucky winning numbers from the Cisco's performance page tonight in the Seekonk Speedway program. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have Seekonk Speedway keychains, and as well we have Seekonk Speedway pins donated. These giveaways were given by Race Car Jewelry. They made them, and if you don't win, you can buy them at Bob George's souvenir stands. The two winning numbers for this racing jewelry, very beautiful jewelry, mind you, also. The two winning numbers for the racing jewelry are 63044 and 62906. That's 63044 and 62906. Those two winning numbers are the winning numbers for the Seekonk Speedway keychain and Seekonk Speedway pin donated by Race Car Jewelry. Just a quick word for all of you Winston Cup fans out there. Of course, tomorrow they're going to be running the Pocono 500 in Pocono, Pennsylvania. Rusty Wallace qualified on the pole at 171.625 miles an hour for the Pocono 500. And starting right alongside of him will be John Andretti and Richard Petty's STP-sponsored number 43 at 171.626 miles an hour. Ricky Wood qualified third. Fourth qualifier was Dale Jarrett. Your fifth qualifier was Jeff Gordon. Your sixth qualifier was Mark Martin. Seventh was Mike Skinner. And eighth was Jeff Burton. Those are your first four rows for tomorrow's Pocono 500.
Well, if they gave extra points away for being early, I guess Pro Stocks. Coming into tonight's racing action, and what a season it's been, have not had a repeat winner in the Pro Stocks yet coming into tonight. Last Saturday night, we saw Dick Houlihan take down his first feature win. And coming into tonight, well, just like the past couple of years, if you got used to it, Rick Martin's at the top of the standings, but only 3 points ahead of Freddie Estelle, Dave Hutchins, Billy Manchester, and Chad Chase rounds out the top 5.
So down in the front straightaway, come the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks, and starting on the pole, he won his heat race. He wants to repeat again in the future. Barrington, Rhode Island's Willie Alexander, alongside for the ride. Driving the number 28, and Raynham, Massachusetts, the number 28 automobile for driver Todd Henshaw. The second row on the inside out of Seekonk, Massachusetts, the number 87 for Mike Cavallero. On the outside of Cavallero, in the fourth spot out of Dorchester, Massachusetts, the number 00 of John Dabrowski. The fifth spot on the inside, that's the Hemp Street Auto Center automobile, the number 12 of Bob Pelham. On the outside of Bob Pelham in the sixth position, out of Marlborough, Massachusetts, that'll be the Oakwood-sponsored number 44 of Jim Rosenfield. The number 31 on the inside out of Pembroke, Massachusetts, goes driver Jeff Goodrow, and on the outside of Goodrow, out of Warwick, Rhode Island, the Rhode Island drive chef, Seekonk Isuzu, Dell's Lemonade, number 99 from Neon, Rain Dion, third feature event winner earlier this year. The ninth spot on the inside, that's the BOC Gases, number 41, former track champion at Seekonk Speedway, Ronnie Ellis. On the outside of Ren Ellis, driving the Baker Tractor, number 11, out of Swansea, Massachusetts, it'll be Bree Anarumo. The 11th position on the inside, in the Everett's Auto Parts, Hydro Stop Roofing, number 81 for Bob Tripp. On the outside of Bob Tripp, in the Viveris Insurance, the Collar Brothers Auto Supply, Labrella Insurance, number 46 out of Somerset, Massachusetts for Chad Chase. The 13th spot on the inside, we'll find the number 95, the Rainbow Rentals automobile for Billy Manchester. On the outside of him, in the G. Lopes Construction, number 24, the Radical Rick Martin. Next to go on the inside is the Caritas Racing Engines, OSO.com, Cox Communications, number 38 of Keith Morrow. And on the outside of him, last week's feature event winner, driving one rocket ship, it's the J&R Precast, number 1 of Dick Houlihan. On the inside, it'll be Westport, Massachusetts, number 14, the New England Tech Precision Engine automobile for Freddie Estelle Jr. And on the outside of him, he sits third in the point standings out of Somerset, Massachusetts, the 96 of Dave Hutchins. Brian Sousa will roll off in the 19th position out of Westport, Massachusetts, in the Furnace and Duck Company, number 25. And on the outside of him, out of Terry, New Hampshire, he drives the number 77 Pro Stock, it's Alan McClure. The 21st spot on the inside out of East Taunton, Massachusetts, will go the number 34 of Dave Poirier. And on the outside, riding shotgun on the field, the number 2 of Tom Scott. On the field, they had their quick hot laps to heat up the engines and the tires to bring all of the equipment up to operating temperature. It's a good field of pro stocks out there on the track right now. Over $1 million worth of equipment rolling around the speedway.
Set and ready to roll in the heats. Ray Alexander looked very, very strong. We'll see if he can pick that back up right here as we get ready to roll. How about the run that Mike Cavallaro had in the number 87? Finishing third. And we're ready to roll next time by. Todd Henshaw back out of the pit area, getting the black flag in hot laps. We're leaking some fluid. Dave Poria also hitting pit road in that machine, and we're ready to go next time by. Eddie Moore, our chief starter, gives everybody the cross flags and the clinch green flag. 35 laps the distance for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks. Ray Alexander and Mike Cavallaro on the front row. And we're going to go one more lap under caution. We're going to cross these drivers up with the black flag for Todd Henshaw in the number 28. That's going to move everybody up in the lineup. That'll put Mike Cavallaro to the outside of the front row. The 00 of John Dabrowski on the inside, and Bobby Pellin on the outside of row number 2, and everybody behind will cross up. So just about another lap before we go to green. And once again, we've said it before, we're going to say it again, a great big thank you for coming out and celebrating with us tonight. Being patient with us, and boy, I'll tell you, with the racing we had in the heats, the racing we had in the consolations, and the first couple of features, we were in for a doozy of a pro stock race. Want to wish all the fathers out there a beautiful, happy Father's Day tomorrow. And don't forget next week, I don't know if we mentioned this or not, Derek, but the NASCAR Fiddle Modified Series is coming back after 13 years. And I was up at the USA Speedway last night. The Modifieds had an open kind of competition race where Chris Kopech won, but the rumor floating around was Teddy Christopher is looking to fly in from Watkins Glen next Saturday night.
Well, Teddy Christopher is famous for flying in from anywhere, actually. I watched him fly into a few tracks in Connecticut earlier this season after running the Busch car at Loudon, New Hampshire. He also ran the Busch South race there. Didn't fare too well, but Teddy Christopher, the frequent flyer, he's trying to make his move to Busch Grand National South Racing or Winston Cup in just a few more seasons to come. Ray Alexander and Mike Cavallaro are going to bring the field down, ladies and gentlemen. This is the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks. Watch them all turn 4. Here they come. Green flag flies and we're looking well.
Dabrowski slides in the bottom, taking over second. The 44 Jimmy Rosenthal looking for him out. Lincoln Pellin goes really wide. Down into turns 1, 3, and 4. Off the front corner, has to settle in behind Cavallaro.
Everyone starts to go back, 2 by 2 behind them. As a good battle starts to shape up between Rosenthal and Cavallaro. Ellen's on the outside. There's Neon Wayne Dion on the bottom. He makes up the top 5.
Rosenthal up to third. Now Cavallaro continues to slide just a little bit on the outside. Up front, Alexander sets the pace with the 00 of Dabrowski high on his tail up to 4.
As they come out, turn to the 4th. Wayne Dion looking for a little ride. He goes down into the 4th spot. Got his sights set on the number 44, Jim Rosenthal. Rosenthal runs in 3rd spot. But another good battle for 6th on back.
Dion up to 4th now behind him. Cavallaro trying to hold on. He shuts the door and Analumo opens it right back up. Problems in turn number 1. Bobby tripping. Dave Hutchins both go around in the corner, and that's going to bring out the caution.
Contact happening going into turn number 1. The rest of the field leaving the yellow flag. They start to slow down. But tough break for the number 96 of Dave Hutchins and the number 81 of Bob Tripp. Those two drivers making contact with other competitors. They come up the rest of the way. They're two victims of circumstances. And unfortunately, one driver goes to the pit area and the other driver is parked. Now he's rolling the car away. And that's a tough break because right now the number 96 sits third in the point standings.
Well, we're talking about the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series race next Saturday night. If you hadn't heard, they're going to be back. One of the most anticipated events in the history of the Seekonk Speedway. And if you've been a fan of the Modifieds for many seasons, as I know many of you have, and have been coming here for many years and missed the Modifieds, so they'll be back. Vinny Anarumo got his start in Modifieds many seasons ago, and if you ever wondered how he got the name Vinny Who, I'll tell you a little story about him. Back in 1983, Modifieds were here for 3 shows. One of them was won by Richie Evans. Now, Richie was known for winning just about everywhere he went. As a matter of fact, everywhere he went throughout the East Coast, all the way down to the Daytona International Speedway. But one Saturday night here at the Seekonk Speedway, and I believe it was a 150-lap event, Richie dominated the race, but there was one driver all over the back bumper for a good portion and finished right behind him at the end of that race. The driver's name was Vinny Anarumo. How did he get the name Who? Well, Richie Evans climbed out of the car and said, "Who was that behind me?" They said, "Vinny Anarumo." He simply said, "Vinny Who?" That's how he got the nickname Vinny Who, as he'll restart 6th on the field. He's definitely looking forward to next week's race. Was hoping to garner up a modified ride for next Saturday night. He didn't, but we do have a local favorite who did. Driving a familiar number for a familiar car owner, Joe Brady, with many wins here in the past in the modified, has picked Rick Martin to drive the machine. Teddy Christopher, originally not scheduled to drive the Joe Brady 00. So with Christopher out of the picture, he plucked Martin out of the open air, and a couple of weeks ago in an open practice, Martin turned some very surprising times for somebody who never sat behind the wheel of a modified.
Well, of course, when you're coming back to a track like this, it's always good to have a home track advantage, and of course, Rick Martin knows this track like the back of his hand, and of course, it's one of the best bets and one of the best picks that you can have to put in your car when they make their way back here for the first time in 13 years. We're getting set to go back to green. Eddie Moore with the green flag. The green flag flies. Once again, Ray Alexander leads us back to the line.
Alexander with a little bit of trouble with Dabrowski. Here comes the 44 Rosenfield, taking a look at the inside of Dabrowski. He on in, the 11 of Anarumo right behind as they go double wide off into the wall.
Once more they come. Down into turn number 1. Dabrowski now to the high side of Rosenfield. Rosenfield now battling with Dabrowski for that second spot. Right behind him are 2 heavy hitters, Vinny Anarumo and Wayne Dion. They're making their way on the field of the goal. But going to the outside, right behind him is the Vallejo's Insurance for the 46 of Chad Chase.
Chase working behind Anarumo on the outside. He's got Martin in tall as they battle there. Battle for second, still high and heavy. As the 34 Rosenfield continues to work the inside of Dabrowski as Alexander continues to set the pace.
Ray Alexander keeping all the rest of the drivers at bay, but there is a good battle shaping up with second on back. Watching all of this happen is the number 99 of Wayne Dion. Now Dion is waiting and biding his time. He's waiting to see what driver makes a move next to try to corner that driver to move up to the front as fast as he can.
Well, right now it's saying he may want to go to the outside of Dabrowski. Move that car deep for the corner. Edging out ahead of Rosenfield, catching a leader down the back straightaway. Dabrowski on the outside, getting some momentum.
A real impressive drive for Dabrowski in the 00.
the top side as they battle for fourth, down into 3 and 4. Cross flags in the air. It's the Alexander, Seekonk, Dion, Rosenfield, and Chase for top 5.
This battle is going fine. So 7 on back between Freddie Estelle, Dick Houlihan, and Radical Rick Martin. Houlihan on the top side and being chased by his boss. That's the number 14. Oh, Freddie Estelle has been rolling to turn number 1.
Chase now gets by the 34, Rosenfield for fourth. Dion edging out ahead of Dombrowski. He sets his sights on Alexander, who continues to lead the pack after the halfway point.
Well, Dion is trying to make himself the first weekly winner in the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stock Division. He now sits second on the field as we start. With the green flag through, he gets 6 spots and he's going set on the number 4 of Ray Alexander. Yellow flag flies. Trouble in turn number 3 and 4. The 34 automobile of Dave Poirier spins it around. He's got that car around the infield, but caution flag is out.
Second caution of the night is out, and I'll tell you, this is winding up to be one of the most exciting pro stock races of the season. And if this is anything to come for the rest of the night, well, you definitely want to order your copy of tonight's racing action from Frank and Hillen's video up here on the main tower, just on the turn 1 side. And if you enjoy it, join the winners at Pub 99 Tuesday night, 7 o'clock in the conference room. We'll take out the big screen and we'll watch the races. But what a race. Grooming up front, Ray Alexander, who's led from the drop of the green, doing an excellent job holding off the rest of the field.
Ray Alexander doing an impeccable job leading this feature event thus far. But keep an eye on the Seekonk Rhode Island drive shaft, number 99 of Wayne Dion. So far, some of the 2 best races that we've seen this year have had Wayne Dion at the front of the field.
Actually, all the pro stocks races have been great, but Dion's doing it the hard way on the outside. And went around Jimmy Rosenfield, went around John Dombrowski, both drivers giving Wayne all the room he needed on the outside. And we'll see if Alexander does the same. Now, if you have a chance, take a look at the way Ray Alexander drives. He drives with his left hand. The right hand sits on the roll bar, maybe for leverage, maybe for comfort. Maybe he thinks he can get a little more speed out of the car that way. But so far, it's doing a good job for him.
Well, there are some drivers out here that are prone to just driving with one hand. Some drivers feel more comfortable. They feel they can get more spin out of the steering wheel by using that one hand. They can sometimes just get a good pull as they go into the corner and bring the car back. They get a better feel as they just have their hand on the left side of the wheel. Of course, this track, a circular groove around the speedway, and they feel they're just pulling down as they go into the groove will get them to better line.
Well, just about ready to go. Alexander and Dion on the front row, Dombrowski and Chase, Rosenfield and Pellin, Goodrow and Estelle, Martin and Houlihan, the top 10. Back on the Rosen, roll off the 4.
Side by side, down to turn number 1. Dion, back to Ray Alexander and Engine. They are 2 by 2, going down the back straightaway.
As they hit the stretch in the middle of the corner, quite even off the corner, Alexander edges out ahead of Dion. But Dion has not given up the momentum on the outside. They run middle right over 2.
Still 2 by 2, right behind them, 2 by 2, and in row 3, 2 by 2. It looks like a high-speed race lap as they meet the way around the turn number 4. But into the first spot is Chad Chase right behind him with John Dombrowski.
Dion trying to pinch Alexander down to the bottom, trying to make him lose his momentum. Alexander doing a masterful job at the bottom as they roll off the 4. Dion, they look at just trying to make it 3 wide.
Chase trying to go 3 wide, going down to turn number 1. But Ray Alexander slams the door. Alexander now gets shuffled back 1 spot. New leader as they come off the turn number 4. The transmission number 99 of Wayne Dion.
Dion leads the pack off the turn number 2. Alexander in second. Chase now takes a look to the top side. Dombrowski and Pellin the top 5. Trouble in turn number 2. The 87 of Mike Cavallero up to the outside wall.
Yellow flag flies in the field and start to slow everyone down, stack it up just a little bit. Everyone jumping on the binders. And the number 87 of Cavallero tapping the wall in turn number 2. He's going to roll into the pit area. Good battles going on out there throughout the field.
Warren heading to the pits. Anarumbo heading to the pits. Problems on some of the top pro stocks as they hit pit road. What a race this is turning out to be. laps complete. 12 laps remain. It's going to be Dion, Alexander, Chase, and Dabrowski, the top 4. 5th, it's Bubba Pellin. Rosenfield in 6th. Hooley up to 7th in the number 1. Estelle, Goodrow, and Ellis, the top 10. Now, that's about as good of a restart as you can get with a good mix of veterans, rookies, and well, sophomores and juniors, if you will, drivers with 2 or 3 years experience in the pro stocks.
Well, here's an interesting point, Kevin. When they go back to the restart, Fred Estelle and Dick Houlihan are going to be starting side by side of each other. They went back and forth throughout the pro stock feature last weekend, of course, with Houlihan coming out on top. But there's been a very good battle between those 2 drivers shaping up throughout the course of this race. Of course, there's good battles going on throughout the field, but those 2 drivers, with Houlihan coming from deep in the field, they could be a factor by the time the race ends.
Well, I know who Gary from Somerset is rooting for at the restart. Chase will restart 3rd, right behind Wayne Dion. Now, if you're Chad Chase, where would you rather be? Would you rather be on the inside, right behind, or would you rather be on the outside with a clear shot for the lead?
It's tough to say because Chase has been working so good on the high side of the track, but now that he is on the inside, he's got the advantage of having the shorter line around. Wayne Dion, of course, an old master here at the Seekonk Speedway. Watch him on the restart.
Off at turn number 4, Eddie Moore lets him down. They hit the straight. Dion jumps off the throttle and pulls away with these. Chase down to the bottom, takes over 2nd. Alexander is starting to get break-in on the outside, sideways up to 2.
Alexander rescuing just a little bit, but there goes Dick Houlihan. He comes from 7th to 4th in 1 place. He's picking up 3 spots, but chasing right down into turn number 1 is the 14 of Freddie Estelle. Everyone starts to pile up in turn number 1. Who's got trouble in the yellow flag fly?
The 31 of Goodrow got through in so deep, the back end came out from underneath as he tried to get underneath the 4 of Alexander. That car went around. The 77 of Alan McClure, the 28 of Todd Henshaw, both stopped. Looks like there may be a little bit of damage to Henshaw's number 28 as he stops on the back straightaway. The 77, the Palm Landscaping machine of Alan McClure, pulls away under his own power. He'll rejoin at the rear.
Himself atop all the pro stock contingency. He is your leader, followed by Chad Chase. Then it's Bob Pellin, Dick Houlihan, Freddie Estelle, Ray Alexander, the number 95 of Bill Manchester. Then it's Tom Scully, John Dabrowski, Len Ellis, the 44 of Jimmy Rosenfield. And from there on back, it's still a battle throughout the field.
Well, we did complete 1 lap that time. Now remember, we do go back to the last completed green flag lap. Then look who's up to 4th. We told you last week, and we told you earlier tonight, that car is on an absolute rail. The one of Dick Houlihan started back in the 16th position, actually 15th if you include the crossover, but working his way through the pack, he'll restart 4th. And if you're Chad Chase and you look in your mirror and see him there, you got to wonder what's going through his mind. Hooley has been almost untouchable in 4 feature races. He has a win, 2 seconds, and 1 win that was taken away from him a few weeks ago. Consider where he would be without that DNF in that number 1.
When I spoke to Dick Houlihan just a few weeks ago, he counted himself out of being in contention for the championship here at the Seekonk Speedway. Of course, when he was set down, that did kill all of his chances and lost all of his points. But consistency has really started to become Dick Houlihan's key. Each week that he runs, he's been more and more consistent. Runs in the top 4, the top 5. He squeezes off wins here and there, and that, of course, will get you more and more points, which will put you in contention to be there at the season's end.
Well, not only that is the confidence that brews out of good runs. For years, Dick Houlihan ran the JNR Precast number 1 here at the Seekonk Speedway and had mediocre results, would pick up a win here and there, but could not get the consistency he needed over a season to be a contender at the end of the season. In the year 2000, Dick Houlihan, with the success he had last year driving for Lenny Ellis, picks up the J&R Precast team. One comes back to the Seekonk Speedway, and, well, we can't say dominant car, but definitely one of the top cars week in and week out.
Well, that's a distance chassis built by Jeff Taylor, who's a former Busch Grand National driver. I also, once again, talked to Dick Houlihan after last week's feature event and told him that this thing was just a rocket. And his comment to me was, the car is just scary fast.
Said the same thing to me. Lost his tire man over the winter, who went to work with Dave Darling in his Busch North Series efforts. The car owner, Bobby Caton, picked up the duties on setting the tire pressures and the stagger each week. And he said, I don't believe it. Bobby's hit it dead on each and every week. And I'll tell you what, looks like Bobby's hit it again here tonight. With the humidity, the track conditions a little green after the rainfall we had. It was a pretty steady, heavy rain for about 5 minutes there. And you know it cleaned up the track just a little bit.
And this is what makes chassis setups very interesting. Of course, it was hot during the day. The track temperature was just about 130 degrees. Of course, the rains come in, the cold water falling on the track cools the track temperature down. The track changes just a little bit. Some say the track tightens up just slightly. Of course, now all the setups that you had from your warm-ups, you can throw out the window because the track is entirely changed. However, a lot of guys making very good guesses, and it seems to be working as you've got some real heavy hitters at the front of the pack.
Well, the 14 of Freddie Estella's also hit the nail on the head, if you will, as he's up into the top 5 now. As we get ready to go back to green flag, it'll be Dion, Chase, Pellant, the one of Houlihan, and the 14 of Estelle, the top 5. Coming from the back of the pack, you've got Rick Martin and Vinny Anarumo. And in the middle of the pack, Dave Hutchins trying to work his way back up through after his early spin.
Getting ready to come back to the restart. Dave Dion and Chad Chase, two masters here, are going to bring them down to the hotline. They'll pick up the pace. Green flag, right once again.
Dion gets to the second, about a half a color advantage, but look at the shark on the outside. Chase tries to get a...
You see right there, frustration in the driver, the number 99. Tough break for the Seekonk Isuzu-sponsored automobile. He turned it around as he came off turn number 4. But Kevin, another driver that we haven't mentioned very much is the number 12 of Bob Pellant. He's been right up there, in the thick of the battle throughout the entire race. Well,
the officials' rule has come down, and Chad Chase had a hand in that. Couldn't see it from our vantage point up here in the tower, but the officials did, and Chad Chase will have to go to the rear of the field, and that'll give the lead to Bobby Pellant. Chase pulls out of line, and it looks like he's going to head pit side in the Viveris Insurance 46. He's going to pull up and have a chat with the NASCAR official down there in turn number 3. The ruling has already been set. There's no changing it now. And he'll try it again with our assistant starter, Rocky Hudson. Can Dick Houlihan make it 2 in a row here tonight? With 11 laps left, he's on the outside. Now, Bobby Pellant, you're right. We haven't talked much about him tonight, or actually most of the season. He's been there. He's been consistent, but not like he needs to be. Currently, it's early in the season. You don't think about points yet. You think about the wins and the consistent finishes, the top 2s, the top 5s, and that's what brings the points. The wins, they're great. They bring in the money, the $1,500 to win. They help you out in the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series regional point standings. And I got to tell you, without that DNF of Dick Houlihan, the consistency he's had, he definitely would be up there. And after tonight, he's going to move up just a little bit more in our own weekly Pro Stock point standings.
I tell you, Kevin, my assumption by now, without that sit down and losing all those points, Dick Houlihan probably would be the point leader at this point.
Well, let's take a look at the point standings. Rick Martin comes into tonight with 230 points. Dick Houlihan is 7th with 181. That's a 49-point difference. With a win, you get 50 points. There's the math right there. Chase pulls away. He'll try it at the rear of the field. Chad Chase has decided to take his ball and go home as he pulls into the pit area. Like we're all set to go back to racing action. Up front, Bobby Pellin Jr., a former sportsman champion. Here comes Chase. He's decided to come back out play. Wanted to make sure the car was all set, the tires weren't down, any pressures, and he'll see what he can do in the final 11 laps coming from the rear of the field. Lights out, ready to go back to green flag racing action.
Well, this is going to be real interesting on the restart now.
We've got an official consultation here on the main straightaway, and Chase will rejoin at the rear of the field. NASCAR officials, I guess I was wrong. Sometimes a consultation, just like a penalty flag in the NFL, may come back, and that's just exactly what happened with Chad Chase. They picked up the yellow flag, they've called no penalty, and Chad Chase will pick up right where he left off. So Chad's going to wait for the field to come around. He'll rejoin on the pole. And that'll put Pellin down the outside of the front row. Houlihan back at third as Pellin is pulled up with a consultation with the NASCAR official. Tanning Studios number 99 sits there in turn number 4. He's going to wait for the field to come by. He'll rejoin at the rear. And a consultation with the NASCAR officials and our race directors over there at the pit tunnel. as we are just about set to go back to green flag racing action. Up front, Chad Chase. Christmas comes early to the 46 team with an official's recount. Again, from my vantage point up here on the tower, very difficult to see. I'm not making a call on that one at all. But Chad Chase gets a spot back. Pella will be on the outside of the front row. And Dion will turn around and join the field at the rear. Decides to head pit side as Rick Martin's number 24 machine is stalled there at the pit tunnel. Down there in turn number 4. And we'll go one more lap under the caution before we do go back to green flag racing action. 11 laps complete. 11 laps remain, rather. 24 laps complete. And we are set to roll. Caution lights out around the racetrack. Chase, Pelland, Houlihan, Estelle, and Alexander back up inside the top 5 as we get ready to roll off of turn number 4.
Getting ready to come back to the hotline. Turn number 3 come Bob Pelland and Chad Chase. The green flag first. Once again, they hit the stretch. Racing once again.
Pelland with the advantage down into turn 1 and 2. Chase back on the inside. Off the second corner they come. Houlihan up into third. Estelle is fourth as they hit turn 4.
They're coming up before Bob Pelland heading up on the high side. Watch this, turn number 1 of Dick Houlihan as they race down at the turn number 3.
Off the fourth corner, Chase leads him off the corner. Pelland on the outside, sliding back just a little bit as Houlihan takes a look down to the inside. 9 laps to go that time. Pull back to third. Estelle trying to make a run on the inside. Down the back straightaway to 38 and Morrow goes around.
Morrow spinning on the road back straightaway. Let's break for that automobile. Gets the road way. We slow the field down. Everyone starts to scatter as Morrow sits right in the danger zone on the back straightaway. Tough break for that rookie in the Cox Communications OSO.com, number 38.
6 down, 9 laps remain. Lineup just about set. Chase and Houlihan now on the front row. Pelland and Estelle, row number 2. Alexander, Manchester, Dabrowski, Ellis, Scully, and the 44 Rosenfield, the top 10. Rounding out the field, the 96 of Dave Hutchins, the 25 of Brian Souza, the 24 of Rick Martin, the 77 of Alan McClure, the 11 of Vinny Anarumo, the 34 of Dave Florio, the 31 of Jeff Goodrow, the 38 of Keith Morrow, and the 87 of Mike Cavallaro. Pulls out of the pit area. We'll get the cross flags this time by.
26 down, 9 laps remaining. 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 26 down, 9 The cross flags in hand, gonna double the field back up. Once again, you've got Dick Houlihan and Freddie Estelle starting side by side. They've been going at it ever since the drop of the green flag. Both of those drivers started 16th and 17th on the field, and now they're starting 3rd and 5th. Getting ready. Once again, Chad Chase is going to bring him back down to the green flag with less than 10 laps to go. It's still anybody's race here at the Seekonk Speedway. Green flag flies, we're underway.
Now he gets it on the outside, but Chase got a back down low. He takes the lead off in turn number 2. Houlihan following him in the tail tracks down the back straightaway.
Down the back straightaway they go. Houlihan on the bottom, Pellin on the top. Pellin hanging tough on the high side, but he's not that strong enough for the hard charge of Dick Houlihan. And following him here on the bottom is Freddie Estelle in the number 14.
Estelle takes a peek to the inside of Pellin off in turn number 4. Houlihan edges out in the second. Crowding up Pellin, 46 and Chase. Pellin got us back on the outside.
Bob Pellin hanging tough out there. It's a good four-car battle at the front of the field. But right behind him sits Freddie Estelle, and rounding out the top 5 with the number 95, it's Freddie Manchester.
Off the corner. Double wide for second position with 5 laps to go this time. Chase leads him off the corner. Woolley takes one to the inside. Woolley around on the back straightaway. That's going to be, looks like that's going to be out of motion. Woolley drops it to the infield. He's still on the green.
Still on the green here at Seekonk Speedway. The finds Chad Chase out in front. Second is Dick Houlihan. A good down now for third and fifth. Bob Pellin and the number 14 of Freddie Estelle. Estelle on the bottom. Pellin on the top. They tied that at the turn number 3, and it's still anybody's race.
Houlihan takes a peek to the outside. Chase running that inside with 3 laps to go up on the outside. This is Estelle. They're all 3 cars to the lead. Down the back straightaway. It's Chase. Woolley and Estelle. That sticks him up in the air. We've got 2 more laps to go.
We're going to see that Dick Houlihan can outrun Chad Chase on the high side. Of course, when he goes to the outside, it leaves the door open for the number 14 of Freddie Estelle. Rick Martin turned around on the back straightaway. Trouble. We've got the white flag out. But the question is this. We know he does come out, and we slow the whole field down. With just 1 lap to go, ladies and gentlemen. Tensions are starting to tighten, and adrenaline is starting to pump at the front of the field.
Well, the adrenaline has been high for the last 33 laps. It'll be a green-white checker finish with Martin going around off of turn number 2. Dave Poirier hits pit road. The 25 of Souza will hit pit road. But up front, still a lot of racing left with 2 laps to go. Chase, Houlihan, Estelle, and Pellin, the top 4 cars. Billy Manchester up inside the top 5.
And the restart is going to come down to the classic battle of the veterans. Chase on the inside, Houlihan on the outside. Both of these drivers are going to go for just 3 laps. Green, white, checkered. And we're going to see whose experience pays off when the checkered flag falls.
Experience and good old-fashioned nads as they get ready to roll for the last 2 laps.
Sits parked down at the start-finish line, talking with Rocky Hudson.
Number 44 of Jimmy Rosenfield going to the rear of the field with his help in that instance. He'll join Rick Martin. Field gets the double-up signal as they roll off at turn number 4. Eddie Moore lets him know, next time, be ready for the green-white checker finish for the NASCAR Weekly Racing Series Pro Stocks 35-lap main event. And boy, I'll tell you, this is definitely turning into a 15-round main event. The bell has just rung. They come out of the corners ready to swing. Chad Chase in the black corner. Dick Houlihan in the orange corner. And don't forget the green corner of Freddie Estelle. Looking for it off at turn number 4. Eddie Moore lets him down. Green flag is out. Houlihan gets the whole shot on the outside.
Down at the turn number 1. Chase on the bottom. Houlihan on the top. Freddie Estelle watching it all behind him. The white flag is out with just 1 more lap to go, and the leaders are side by side.
Chase gets the advantage off the corner. Who's trying to gather it back in. Estelle right there waiting for a hold to Hutchins looked like he knocked the fuel pump off of the right side of the engine. A little bit of a fire underneath that machine as he and Lenny Ellis came together off of turn number 4 for the checkered flag. The red flag is out. The NASCAR officials quick on the scene to check on Hutchins, and they are calling for the ambulance.
And fans, please stay away from the fence. If there is a fire over there, fans, please back away from the fence. We don't want any of the spectators injured or burned. Please, all of the spectators down there in turn number 4, back away from the fence.
A difficult situation for the family of Dave Hutchins, who does sit right there off of turn number 4. The NASCAR officials on the scene, the safety crew, the fire department, the ambulance response, ambulance service, quick on the response, as was the Seekonk Fire Department. And as soon as we do get word on his condition, Rick Martin is on hand trying to help out Dave Hutchins. And as soon as we do receive word on his condition or Lenny Ellis's condition, as he sits a little further up on the main straightaway, we will pass that along to you. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, would like to ask you, please return to your seats so the folks, one can see what's going on too, because there is a dangerous situation there in the corner. We do request that you do return to your seats. Again, the safety crew is on hand, checking on Dave Hutchins in the number 96, the Rocco Electric Hutchins & Sons Enterprises, Dale Shore Race Cars machine. And as soon as we do receive word, Rick Martin he saw the fire erupt. He crossed through the infield to help out, grabbed his fire extinguisher and jumped out of the car. The helmet is off on Dave Hutchins. Again, we have not received word on his condition. As soon as we do, we'll pass it along. Well, the word from the NASCAR officials, he is alert and conscious down there in the number 96, as is Lenny Ellis. Lenny had the wind knocked out of him. And Dave, as soon as we do receive word on the extent of his injuries, we will pass that along. Rick Martin down there helping out as well. One of the toughest competitors, Lenny Ellis, climbs out of his car over here on the main straightaway. A little winded and a hard hit for him.
All right, Lenny. Well, of course, the good word, Kevin, the bottom line coming in, the drivers are okay. Some of them just a little shaken up. Of course, that was a hard shot that all of the competitors took in the 4th corner at the checkered flag. But we've got everyone stopped on the speedway for safety precautions, and hopefully very, very soon we will get these cars cleaned up, and we will see if the drivers are feeling any better. Of course, they are shaken, but no serious injuries, and that is the main concern.
Well, they are talking about a possible leg injury on the 96 of Hutchins, maybe just twisted an ankle there. He did take a very hard hit with the right front corner of that machine, and you can see the extensive damage and the fire that had erupted. Well, that's usually in the area of the fuel pump of the Chevrolet engine, and that's probably what happened, as he did take a hard hit. But the NASCAR officials and the safety crews are working to get him extracted out of that machine.
Well, it just goes to show you what kind of action that green-white checkered racing can produce. All the drivers out there know that they have just a few last-ditch laps to make a last-ditch effort to grab or pick up as many spots as they can. Of course, it becomes a little more tight, a little more heated, and the competition becomes very, very fierce with just a few laps remaining.
They're running very tight inside the top 10 at the time, towards the tail end of the top end, but doesn't matter where you're running, you do run as hard as you can, and Lenny Ellis and Dave Hutchins both doing that. And as they came off of the checkered flag, did not see what transpired to start that, but we did definitely feel it up here in the booth as he did take a very hard hit into the outside retaining wall. Again, he is alert, talking to the EMTs and the fire department down there, and they are taking every precaution possible not to cause any additional injuries, if there are any, down there. He is talking about a sore leg. To what extent that is not known. And it looks like they're going to take off the roof of the race car to extract him out of that machine. While this is going on, they'll take the cars off the racetrack, as they will not come near this turn 4 area. They'll all head into the pit area.
And with all of that going on, the officials are motioning to the rest of the Pro Stock competitors to make their way off the speedway. Their race, of course, is complete. Chad Chase taking down the feature event win. All of those drivers rolling off the speedway. And all we have left is the accident on the fence straightaway. And hopefully very, very shortly, we will clear that away. And we will get driver number 96 is extracted from the vehicle.
Well, Rick Martin just showed what kind of competitors compete in the Pro Stock division here at the Seekonk Speedway. When he saw what transpired in turn 4, he immediately drove his car into the area to help out. How about a round of applause for Rick Martin helping out? He's going over to Billy Manchester, who is Dave Hutchins' teammate, and letting him know what's going on over here in turn number 4.
Hey, stop now. What? It's all going on a tape. What I do with the VCR? I threw it down on the ground. I hit it with a sledgehammer. I ran it over.
Once again, I want to ask all the race fans down along the front straightaway here in turn 4, down along the fence, please return to your seats.
Give me $50. Keep the VCR. You got all 3 of them, right? We'll fix it. Oh, nice. Almost there. I'm almost ready to get it fixed. You'll get one either way.
Lenny Ellis's machine heads towards pit road, the pit area, and some damage on that machine as well. He was able to climb out under his own power, a little bit shaken up. Left on the evening. 3 races left on the evening. We've got the Seekonk Sports Trucks coming out next. Then we've got the Street Stock and the Sportsman races to follow and close out tonight's racing activities. Once again, the safety crew down there will take every precaution necessary and possible to get Dave out of the machine. And once again, I want to ask the folks down there in turn number 4 to please head back to your seats and open up the alley, the lanes. Well, Chad Chase decided to forego his victory lap. And instead just head into the tech line and into Victory Lane. Victory Lane located up in turn number 4 behind the grandstands, just at the end of the midway and the pit area entrance. Showing a little bit of sympathy there for as the safety crew, and a little respect for him as well as the safety crew continues to work on the 96 of Dave Hutchins. Well, one of the reasons that they've stopped cutting on the roof of the number 96 from the NASCAR officials, the word is that he is so alert, he's not letting them cut the roof off. He wants to climb out on his own, and that's the word coming from the NASCAR officials. And if you've ever met Dave, he's a big guy, but about as gentle as they come. And definitely wants to take care of it on his own terms.
Well, that's spoken in the heart of a true racer. Of course, no one ever wants to see their race car cut up for any reason whatsoever.
No matter how badly it's damaged, and you know he's got some work to do on the front of that machine. We don't mean to make light of the situation, but they said he is so alert he doesn't want the roof cut off the race car, so we'll see how long this is going to take.
Helen, what's with the truck? Did it qualify?
No, he's speech up. Hey, he robbed us 50 points.
Oh.
Last week we were here, didn't we?
You know, time and time again, we're under caution flag or a red flag situation such as this. And the safety crews, the ambulance service, the fire department, they just don't get the respect that they deserve from not only the fans, but the competitors as well. And when you see something like this and everybody working together, trying to get a situation like this taken care of, you look at them and say, you know, it's a darn good thing they're here because they are what's trained. And you know, it's this past Tuesday night here at the Seekonk Speedway, the EMTs from Response Ambulance Service were on hand with several divisions of race cars to practice this type of extractment or situation. They were put in mock situations with different drivers. I'm not sure on the teams that were here. I do know that Joey DeGasperi was here in the sportsman division. There were a couple of legend cars, and what they did was they set the teams up in a mock type accident, said, okay, your injury is a back injury, your injury is a leg injury, and they went through it like it was an actually happened, like the driver was really hurt, and worked with the teams and worked with the crews to get everything taken care of as quickly and as safely as possible.
Well, the biggest thing that concerns EMTs and competitors is when you crash and you're sitting in the seat, of course you're strapped in, plus you sit in a very tight wrap-around aluminum type seat. The biggest question that the drivers and the EMTs have is movement. They don't want to move you around too much for fear of damaging you further. If you have any injuries, they don't want to make anything any worse. So what they try to do is they try to find the easiest way to extract you from the car.
And that's exactly what the fire department, the EMTs, are doing at this time. And at this is the time you look at the teams that are involved in the situation down here, that they did have the experience on Tuesday night, and it's fortunately they don't have to do this too often, but fresh in their minds on exactly what they did this past Tuesday. Excuse me, fresh in what's their mind from this past Tuesday as they work in a real-life situation right now.
The electric went out. The electric went out. The camera went out. No, the electric went out at the same time. Well, right when that happened, I was right on him. The electric went out. I couldn't even get the camera back on. And I don't know, and then it came back on. I'm getting this right now. I'm going to change the tape.
A lot of work, a lot of patience by these folks on the safety crews, and a lot of determination. And it looks like they are going to cut the roof off of the number 96. As you can see them trying to cut away at the posts. Don't forget, next Saturday night, the NASCAR Featherweight Modifieds return to the Seekonk Speedway for the CarQuest 150. First time in 13 years for the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series here at the Seekonk Speedway.
And of course, with the NASCAR Featherweight Modifieds coming here to the track, Aaron's 312 has come along to sponsor the race within a race that comes to Seekonk Speedway. Next week's NASCAR Modified Racing Series event held here at Seekonk Speedway has a new and exciting addition that will benefit you, the NASCAR fans, and the Aaron's race within a race. Prior to the start of the day's event, there will remain one qualified competitor in the race that will be drawn from a drawing. Throughout the race, Bobby G, the driver of the Aaron's 12 Modified, will be in two races. One against the entire field for the overall win, and the other against this particular competitor to benefit one lucky fan. At the end of the race, if Bobby G in the Aaron's 12 Modified finishes in front of the competitor's name drawn, one lucky registered fan will win a beautiful piece of furniture courtesy of Aaron's lease purchase. The fan's name will be drawn from the pre-registered entries at the end of the race. The furniture will be delivered to your home the week following the race. Aaron's, if you're wondering what it is, it's a new rental company in the area that is opening one of their stores in the Seekonk area. To rent, to own, to lease, to buy. Aaron's has got it. Any kind of home equipment, office equipment, you name it, Aaron's has got it. Of course, they do sponsor one of the Bushcraft National races that was held earlier this year, the Aaron's 312 race. And Aaron's is also a proud sponsor of Bobby G's NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series ride.
Well, they've got the roof off the 96 machine of Dave Hutchins, and doing everything possible to extract him as easily and as quickly as possible. But like Derek said earlier, you have to be careful on the movement. Once again, Dave is alert, talking to the race officials and the safety crews. He is talking of a little leg pain. if you can hear, they have called for the Jaws of Life to cut the bars to help extract Dave. Once again, I want to ask all the fans down there in turn number 4 on the main straightaway, please return to your seats at this time to give all the safety crews all the room they need.
Mike, you want a soda?
Yeah. What do you got? Oh, root beer. A root beer? Yeah.
Jesus, not on my head.
Saved your life, baby. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Get a little more break. I knew he wasn't going to miss it.
What do you need? Helen, where's Andrew? Huh? Hi. They closed our booth there. You can't see the TV. Come and get it out of there. Hook it on top of the car.
Leave it there for now.
All right.
Leave it there for now. I'm not going to be able to watch it. I'm not going to be able to watch it. I'm going to take
I can see that as clear as can be. You can see that clear.
I'm going to take the picture of the truck. I can't watch the TV at the same time.
Additional safety crews on the scene. And we do apologize about the delay, but the safety of Dave Hutchins is of utmost importance right now.
You got your camera, Helen?
Huh?
You got your camera? Why don't you take a walk over there? Take a walk over there. Take a picture.
I don't want him.
Once again, I want to ask all the fans down there in turn number 4, please return to your seats. As the safety crews continue. in because Dave was so alert he did not want the car to be cut. He wanted to climb out under his own power. But one of his crewmen had walked down there and talked him out of it and said, we can rebuild the car, we just need to take care of you to get you out of the machine. His dad is down there, his wife is on the scene as well. All keeping Dave alert and calm at this time. And although I haven't been in the situation, I'm very sure that it is tough to stay calm in a situation like this. And as they continue to work on the 96, they have gotten a bar cut, and they continue to work on extracting Dave out of that race car.
Well, the big sigh of relief that the family can breathe is that it is only just a leg injury, nothing more serious. Of course, Dave is alert in the car, which is also an even double relief to the family. And very, very shortly, we should have Dave Hutchins extracted from that automobile.
Not sure if what the extent of the injuries are. Again, he was complaining of a leg injury. Do not know how severe that was. But that was about as hard as a hit as I have seen in a long time. As the safety crew's working on Dave right now. Extracting him out of the machine. Again, he is alert. They do have him on a backboard and taking every precaution necessary. To keep him safe. With a hit like that, there's always the danger and thoughts of a possible back or neck injury, and that's the reason for the slow extraction. He may not have any, but when you hit like that, even coming out of the car, you don't want to pull a muscle or cause a strain somewhere.
Shit, actually,
condition down there by the safety crews. The Seekonk Fire Department. Still 3 races left on the docket. Seekonk Sports Truck, Street Stocks, and Sportsman Division, all to follow. But again, want to talk about the importance of the safety that is going on right now. This is of utmost importance to get him out without furthering his injuries.
Why didn't you take that?
I did.
Take some of that?
Yeah.
Good close up?
What?
You get right on the track?
Yeah, on the track is supposed to be in
What's with the other TV, Andrew?
Oh,
What's with the other TV? They closed up?
the guys,
I don't know.
they closed early.
Is that still going? That TV's by itself there.
What do you want me to do with it?
Get it. Bring it up here anyways.
You want me to run it from over here?
Well, you can run it up here and get it out of there so they steal it. Find out what's going on with it.
They're putting him on the gurney now, and he will take a ride to the hospital to be checked out. How about a round of applause for Dave and his patients, and finally letting him cut that car. How about a round of applause for the safety crews, Response Ambulance Service, and the Seekonk Fire Department for their work, their patience, and their expertise in getting Dave out of the car as quickly and as safely as possible. Dave will take a ride, and as soon as we receive any words on his condition, we'll pass that along to you. Again, he is alert, talking to the EMTs. So Dave will take a ride. They'll check him out, make sure he is okay, and check out the extent of his injuries. And we should get rolling along in just a couple of minutes. Once again, I want to thank the fans for their patience here this evening, not only through this incident, but through the rain that fell earlier this evening. Providence rolls around the speedway. They'll bring him into the pit area and get ready to transport him to, not sure if it's going to be Rhode Island Hospital in Providence or not. As soon as we do receive word on where he's headed and his condition, we'll pass that along to you. Rest of the safety crew starts to disband from turn number 4. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for the safety crews, the EMTs and the fire department, and working so diligently and their expertise in getting Dave out of there as quickly and as safely as possible. Well, not as quickly. Dave didn't want him to cut the roof off the car, but unfortunately safety does take precedence in this area, and that's one battle that Dave lost with, but the rest of the battles, I'm sure he'll be back as soon as he can behind the wheel of a race car.
It's always good to know that the driver is okay. There are no other serious injuries with the extent of his leg injury. And very shortly we will continue with tonight's racing card, and the Seekonk fire truck just makes it under the tunnel. It will roll out of the speedway, and Dave Hudson's car is on the hook. And now we're going to back up the Silver Brothers record, probably taking the car off the track with the double hook and get the rest of the surface cleaned up. And we'll be back to racing very, very shortly.
Want to remind you, next Saturday night, the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series back on hand for the CarQuest 150. And on average, the Modified Series events have been drawing between 45 and 60 cars per event. Now, some of the names you're familiar with from the past here at the Seekonk Speedway: Mike Bowler, Jimmy Kuhn, Dave Bergman, all coming down with the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series. Had a chance to talk to Jamie Tomeno last night up in New Hampshire. Looking forward to coming back. He said it's been about 15 years since he has been here. I had to remind him it's been 13. And says it's definitely a driver's track. You have to mentally drive the car around the speedway more than physically. But definitely looking forward to come back. Chris Kopech is looking forward to his first ever visit here to the Seekonk Speedway. And some of the young drivers on the tour as well, like Todd Zagady, talked to him. He's looking forward to coming down for his first event.
Oh yeah, I got 3 different
So in just a couple of minutes, we'll get back to some racing action. Once again, I want to thank you folks for being patient with us. And the Seekonk Sports Trucks will be out in just a couple of moments for their 20-lap main event.
Top 10.
Well, Chad Chase picks up the Roy Devereaux Memorial Trophy for the Pro Stocks. Congratulations to him. Christmas comes early for the 46 team. And the Sportsman Division will be out in just a little bit for their chance at the Roy Devereaux Memorial Trophy. You know, we talk about how loyal the fans are here at the Seekonk Speedway, but some competitors are very loyal here as well. Looking through the stands, George Savory is on hand, a former modified competitor. He's looking forward to coming down next Saturday, enjoying the action. And he started the season running off a pro stock, and not sure what happened there. Haven't had a chance to talk to him. And George Murray is on hand. Great to see him walking around. George, a former pro stock champion and modified runner as well in the past here at the Seekonk Speedway. So great to see them out and about here this evening, enjoying some of the racing.
No, it's all locked up. You can't get in. You're going to have to wait till they come back.
Go off to go away.
Continuing down at turn number 4, in just a couple of minutes, the Seekonk Sports Trucks will roll out for their 20-lap main event, and we'll get going with the rest of tonight's racing action. If you've lost a set of keys, got a set up here for you. If they are yours, you do have to identify them, though. While we've got a break in the action, I want to wish you a happy birthday. Happy 6th birthday. Celebrating a birthday tomorrow, Jimmy Varesco. Celebrating tomorrow. Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Hey, Johnny, give me a kiss.
Also, Kevin, while you're making announcements here at the Seekonk Speedway, we want to send a big congratulations out to Alex Bernard. He's the driver of the number 49 street stock here at the Seekonk Speedway. Tomorrow, he's going to graduate from Martha's Vineyard Regional High School. So, he's going to race here tonight, and then he's going to hop the boat, go over to the island, and graduate from high school tomorrow afternoon.
Well, he's getting somewhat of an education here each and every Saturday night in the street stocks, one of the toughest divisions we have, and always putting on some exciting races. And tomorrow, he'll get that high school diploma, and tonight he'll get that racing diploma. We'll see if he can take home the feature win, and what a graduation present that would be. So just about ready. The cleanup is just about completed here on the main straightaway. How to get the drivers back in their trucks and get them refired as they get ready to roll out for their 20-lap main event. And once again, I want to thank everybody for their patience here this evening, and a lot of waiting around we've done. Some of it good, actually all of it good, waiting for the safety crews to get Dave Hutchins out of his machine safely. Finally had to talk him into cutting the race car, and waiting for the reins to complete themselves. We are here each and every Saturday night through the month of September. And then when we'll crown our champions, Last Sunday we had our second enduro for the 2000 racing season. And that's when the Seekonk Sports trucks last ran. They were off last Saturday night. Here on Sunday afternoon. And what a race they put on for Johnny Tripp to take home the victory in the Seekonk Sports trucks. And Lee Hayes bookends the week. He won Sunday, winning again here this evening. The Seekonk Sports trucks roll out onto the racetrack now. 26 trucks will take the green flag and starting on the pole. Out of Somerset, Mass, the Jerry's Automotive B&M Bobcat truck number 81. Out of Somerset, Mass, it's Dave Banville. Outside of Banville, out of Charleston, Rhode Island, in the Burnt Motorsports truck number 55, it's Steve Taylor. 2 rows back on the inside out of Tiverton, Rhode Island, the Carrero Motorsports number 94, that's Dawn Carrero. Outside of Carrero and truck number 95, it's Dick ProNyne. Nick Macedonia rolls up 5th on the field out of Warren, Rhode Island. He's in the number 92. Outside of him, out of Seekonk, Mass, the number 4 for Robin Sloan. 4 rows back on the inside out of Lakeville, Mass, the number 20 for Stanley Sherman. Outside of Sherman, out of Swansea. In the number 11, it's Todd Inarumo. Mike Butts rolls off 9th on the field out of North Dartmouth, Mass, in the number 63. Outside of Butts, out of Onset, Mass, the Ziggy's Auto Specialties of Hyannis. Chuck's General Cleaning, number 87 for Tracy Orett. Kevin Casper will start on the inside of row number 6 in the number 28. He's out of Somerset, Mass. Outside of Casper, out of Taunton, Mass, the number 84, the McDermott Motorsports Machine for Bernie McDermott. 13th on the grid out of Dartmouth, Mass, the number 64, that's George Rigo. Outside of Rigo, out of North Dayton, Mass, the Rick's Truck and Tire Service. John's Auto and Truck Repair, number 95 for Alan Leach. Richard Trippening rolls off 15th on the grid out of Westport, Mass, in the number 5. Outside of Trippening, out of Asuna, Mass, a 2-time defending Seekonk Sports Truck champion, the Vienna Homes Construction Buck Stevens Freetown Auto, number 13 for Billy Flynn. On the inside of row number 9 out of New Bedford, Mass, the number 27, that's Mike Brightman. Outside of Brightman, out of Westport, Mass, the Hydro Stop Roofing, Landjet Boutique number 18 for Johnny Tripp. Brian Clark rolls off 19th on the field in the number 21. Outside of Clark in the number 14 out of Warren, Rhode Island, it's Jay Macedonio. Mark DeJesus is out of Westport, Mass. He drives the Westport Excavating, Blackwood and Landscape Design, number 26. Outside of him, out of Seekonk, Mass, 51 years behind the wheel, and current points leader of the Seekonk Sports Truck, it's Billy Clark. The number 19 of Tiger Pelly will start on the inside of the 12th row. Outside of him, out of North Dayton, Mass. In the number 99, it's Joshua Wheeler with Scott Danville in the number 9, and Ray Sawyer out of Swansea, Mass. In the number 24, rounding off the field. A 2-time Formula 4 champion trying to pick up his first ever Seekonk Sports Truck win as they get ready to roll. They'll get the clinch green flag from our chief starter, Eddie Moran, this time by looking for the green. Steve Taylor used to be a regular in our sportsman division, now picking up residence behind the wheel of a Seekonk Sports Truck. Still looking for his elusive first victory. Dawn Carrero on the inside of row number 2, alongside the number 95 of Dick ProNyne. Looking for the green, will go one more lap under caution. And we'll start rolling again one more time around.
Dave Banville and Steve Taylor are going to bring the field back to the line For the start of this truck feature event, Don Carrero and Dick ProNyne make up row number 2. Nick Macedonio and Robin Sloan make up row number 3. You can hear the field start to rev up the engines. The RPMs pick up. They hit the hot line in turn number 3. The green flag flies and they're underway. Dave Banville leads it off the turn number 2. They go down the back straightaway. But moving into the second spot is the number 95 automobile by Dick ProNyne. ProNyne now moves into that runner-up spot. Robin Sloan in third. Steve Taylor fourth. Going into fifth goes the number 11 Ty Anarumo now looks underneath Taylor as they go down the back straightaway. Anarumo looking to go to the front of the hole. He sits just inside the top 5. They make their way off turn number 4. Picks up Dave Banville. And Ty Anarumo now moves up to the third position. 3 wide going into turn number 3 in the mid-pack between Kevin Casper and Mike Butts in the number 63. All of those drivers scrambling and mixing for positions. As fast as they come off the corner, your leader is the number 95 of Dick ProNyne. He leads it over Robin Sloan, Ty Anarumo, the number 92 of Nick Macedonio. Then it's Tracy Ouellette, then the 43. That's how they run on the fields. They come back down to the line once again. And they're starting to mix it up as they go into turn number 1.
ProNyne leads the pack off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Robin Sloan pushing him down the back stretch. Look at Ty Anarumo closing on third. He sits behind the Seekonk Massachusetts native and Nick Macedonio in the 92 right there.
Macedonio holding off the 87 of Ouellette with the 43 on the high side. That automobile being driven by Alan Leach. Leach running side by side with Tracy Ouellette as they go down into turn number 1.
Leach working the outside, not pulling away in red number 43. Gets by Ouellette, now takes a look to the outside of Macedonio as they run double wide down into turns 3 and 4. Tagliapelli in the 19 slow in the back straightaway.
Field now rolls through turns 1 and 2 off the second corner. Contact between Macedonio and Leach as they go down the back straightaway. Side by side they run with the 13 of Billy Flynn also into the mix as they sit just outside the top 5.
Russian flag out for the 19 of Perry, not able to make it back into the pit area. The 14 of Jay Macedonio having some problems on the front of that machine, bringing us under our first caution of this main event. Seven laps complete, 13 laps remaining in the Seekonk Sports Truck feature event. And Dick ProNyne, the number 95, sets the pace. Ryan Sloan all over the back bumper looking for a way by with Todd Anarumo, Nick Macedonio, and Alan Leach, the top 5. Tracy Ouellette in the 87. Billy Flint in the 13. Kevin Casper in the 28. The 81 of Dave Banville and the 20 of Stanley Sherman. Your top 10 as they sit on the field. Perry gets pushed back into the pit area as they NASCAR officials sort out the restart lineup. Seekonk Sports Truck showcasing their talents last Sunday in a Sunday afternoon show, along with the Enduros, the Formula 4 spectator drags. And as we talk about spectator drags, we had 14 of them here last week. And a far cry from what we are expecting on July the 2nd. Our 4th of July celebration coming a couple of days early on the 2nd of July. And some of the most fun you can have here at the Seekonk Speedway. Along with the spectator drags, which we are expecting over 70. That's right, 7-0 on that Sunday afternoon. We've got some figure 8 racing. The Formula 4s will be on hand. A lot of mayhem with one of the most spectacular fireworks you'll find this side of the Pacific. And of course, a 100-car demolition derby. That's right, 100 plus cars wrecked all around the 1/3 mile oval. That's on July 2nd. Tonight, we get ready to roll. 7 laps complete. The 95 of ProNyne, the 4 of Sloan. Double ride off the turn number 4. Green flag is back out. Up on the throttles and a little bit slower. Whole shot off the turn number 4.
Calvin Sloan gets the advantage going up to turn number 1 and 2. She is your new leader following Dick ProNyne and Alan Leach. Leach now up on the high side, challenging ProNyne as they roll through turns number 3 and 4, but sitting in 4th is Todd Anarumo.
Anarumo takes a look to the inside of Leach. So Leach has been hot on the outside. He has been very strong working his way through. Has his work cut out for him as Todd Anarumo gets a run back on the inside. Leach, however, has the momentum he needs to take a look to the outside of ProNyne to the 95.
ProNyne now hanging tough. Yellow flag flies. Caution out on the speedway. The 63 and the 5 get together. That's Richard Turpening and Mike Butts in the Fox Toyota, number 63. He pulls down into the grass. Right front damage on that automobile.
So we've got 8 laps complete now and 12 laps remain in this main event for the Seekonk Sports Trucks. And getting back to our 4th of July celebration. Whining, we were trying to wonder if it was something with the PA system up here in the tower. They actually turned the PA system off. It's not the PA, it's one of the cars. And if you look at race series number 24, don't know if it's coming from his vehicle or one of the others. It could be the 14 of Nick Macedonio as he sits there. Jay Macedonio, rather, as he sits there. The NASCAR officials checking out his machine. The 63 of Mike Butts getting towed back. Silver Brothers Towing, Rose's Garage. Hard at work here this evening. Trying to keep everything moving as smoothly as possible. And that's what it was, the 14 of Jay Macedonio. He heads pit side. And by golly, the whining is gone around the racetrack. Just about set to go back to racing action. 8 laps are complete, 12 laps remain. Robin Sloan will set the pace. Dick ProNyne on the outside. The 9 of Robert Banville pulls out of the pit area. Alan Leach and Todd Anarumo run row number 2. Nick Macedonio and the 87 of Tracy Ouellette, row number 3. Eddie Martin lets him loose one more time. Sloan gets the jump. Here comes the 43 of Leach from out on the outside. Gets a good run down on the bottom, though.
Leach has got the line as they come off the second corner. They go down the back straightaway, diving down into the bottom of turn number 3. Give the second spot to Alan Leach. He's got Robin Sloan in his sights.
Losing the rear bumper as they roll off at turn number 2. The 28 of Kevin Casper, a little bit crossed up off the corner. Dick ProNyne takes a look down to the inside. ProNyne's got a bumper hanging off the rear. Doesn't look like it's going to be any problem. Cross flag this time. 10 down, 10 to go. S-Line leads the front end of that truck into the corners.
Robin Sloan races off the second corner. She's got about a truck advantage over Alan Leach, who has a truck advantage over Todd Adarumo. But Kevin Casper, the number 28, is starting to come up into the fray. Right behind them, Tracy Ouellette moves to the bottom of Nick Macedonio as he goes down at the turn number 1.
Double wide for that 6th position. Ouellette down to the bottom, takes a look to the inside of Tracy Ouellette. Ouellette's got that bumper hanging there. That could be a concern to the drivers behind him, and he's going to get the black flag that time by.
Well, Tracy Ouellette being shown by the starters that his number appears up on the board. He is being black flagged. They want him up the track trouble now in turn number 2. We've got one truck turned around, and the number 20 is facing backwards on the field. That's Stanley Sherman. Sherman now gets that car turned back around once again, and the caution comes out.
Well, that's going to be a break for Dick ProNyne in the 95 as he was just getting the black flag, the consultation flag, if you will, for that rear bumper. He'll head pit side to get that taken care of, and he will not lose a lap. He was racing in some tight traffic, and when you see the black flag like that, it's tough to know that it's for you, if it's the driver behind you, next to you, in front of you, or whatever, as you race around the speedway. And here comes the whistle of the number 14 of Jay Macedonio back out onto the racetrack. Towards the pit area to get that bumper taken care of as the field gets sorted out under the caution flag. Alan Leach will now start on the outside of row number 1. Todd Anarumo and Kevin Casper in row number 2. Tracy Ouellette and Mike Brightman in the 27. Brightman, however, has a right front tire just about flat, and they're going to put him into the pit area now to get that taken care of. The reason for that, well, if you ever start a race on a flat tire and you try to turn the vehicle, it doesn't work as well as when there's air in it. Try it on the road. If you ever have a flat tire, try driving on it. It makes it a lot more difficult when you're talking about a race vehicle.
Well, also, what doesn't help either is that it's the right front tire going flat on the car. The right front corner of the car is the most important part of that vehicle. You want the right front to set going in, and of course, all the weight leans on that right front as you go into the corner. With a flat tire underneath you, of course, the rubber slides right out from underneath you, and you lose all traction.
We've seen some divisions and some cars and trucks with the left front tire going down, so they're going to race with it like that. The left front tire is the least worn tire on the race vehicle. Matter of fact, if you've been here for the midget shows, you've seen the left front tire just pretty much completely come off the racetrack. The race is back out. Perry is back out. The caution lights are out. We're ready to go back to racing action. Robin Sloan, now she's got Alan Leach on the outside of the front row. And Todd Anarumo right behind. Green flag is out. Double wide down into turn 1. Look at the one Leach has on the top side.
Leach is on the high side of the speedway limit. Sloan on the bottom, but Sloan gets the advantage and they go down the back straightaway. She still holds the lead over Leach. Todd Anarumo moves to to third with Kevin Casper to fourth.
Casper on the outside, trying to get a runner. Todd and Arumo in front of them. Little Leach battle back on the outside, trying to get the momentum he needs to get by Sloan. Dick Benoit off the pits. He's heading for the pits.
Tough break for Dick Benoit, and Todd and Arumo gets underneath down and Leach. Now he's looking underneath even leader. Robin Sloan as they go down the front straight into turn number one.
Trying to push his nose underneath the four of Sloan as they come off in turn number two. Sloan sets the pace here. Arumo now up in a second. This time by. Eddie Moore's going to wave at him with one hand. Let him know there are 5 laps to go.
5 more laps to go here on the field. And if Robin Sloan can hold out, she's going to win for the first time this season. Got one car pulling off the speedway. He's out of the race. But Robin Sloan continues to hang tough. Tiger Perry spinning out the front straightaway. He backs it down into the infield. And moving to second is the number 11 of Todd and Arumo.
Off the corner they come in. Arumo takes a look down to the inside. As the 19 of Perry, he comes to a stop. Now he gets that truck rolling. Off in turn number 4. 3 laps to go this time. Sloan continues to set the pace. Casper up the third. Look at Rigo off the outside. Bernie McDermott spins off the 4.
McDermott spinning. However, he does throw some water up onto the track from the day's rains earlier in the day. 2 more laps to go around the speedway, and those drivers are starting to hit that wet in the field. You see one car sliding up the track, losing a lot of valuable traction, and we've got another truck spinning, going into turn number 1, catches that traction once again, but here comes Robin Sloan off of turn number 4, the rest of the field trying to dodge the water that's in the bottom of turn 4.
The caution flag comes out. It'll be a green-white checker finish. This one out for the 28 of Kevin Casper as he got together with George Rigo down the front straightaway. Rigo was just barely able to hang on to that blue and yellow number 64. Kevin Casper, however, brings that truck to a stop right at the entrance to turn number 1. Climbs out to check the damage on that Ranger. Checker finish. Can Sloan hold on? Will Arumo find himself in victory lane for the very first time in a Seekonk Sports truck? If you watch the fields come through 3 and 4, like Derek said, there was some water kicked up on the racetrack when the 84 of Bernie McDermott spun down there in turn 3 and 4. Robin Sloan and the rest of the field came through and right-footed it through the corner. Didn't want to get on the gas, didn't want to get on the brake, just let it roll through the liquid on the racetrack. And everybody made it through. Billy Flynn heads towards pit road. Rigo jumps back in his restart position. Let's take a look at the field as they sit. Robin Sloan sets the pace. The 11 of Todd Arumo is second. Third is the 43 of Alan Leach. Fourth is the 87 of Tracy Ouellette. Rounding out the top 5 to number 1 for Billy Clark. Now, Billy Clark is an interesting story in just himself. He is the oldest driver out there on a racetrack. And if you're curious to know how old, I don't know the exact age, but he has been behind the wheel of a race car, race truck, modified Seekonk Sports truck for 51 years. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, 51 years behind the wheel of a Seekonk Sports truck. Do you think he's still competitive behind the wheel? Well, he sits 5th on the field right now, and he currently leads the Seekonk Sports truck point standings coming into tonight's racing action. And another top 5 looks like that's going to help him in that bid as well. George Rigo is 6th on the field. 7th is Mark DeJesus in the 26th. 8th is Nick Macedonio in the 92. 9th, the 21 of Brian Clark. And the 24 of Ray Sulia rounding out the top 10. Kevin Casper getting towed into the pit area, and that's a tough way to end his night after working his way into the top 5.
It's going to be real interesting to see what happens on the start for this truck event, because not only is there water down in turn 3 and 4, the track crew, they lay speedy dry down in the corner. Now, of course, underneath that speedy dry is kind of like roughly kitty litter. And of course, you get it under your your tires, you get those little granules, and sometimes it's like slipping or sliding on marbles as you go through the corner.
Well, they get one more lap under caution to run through it, and then they will let them loose when they come around this time. Robin Sloan, she's got the inside groove. She's the one in the most danger, so she has to be real careful as she goes through the corner. The 11 of Todd Anarumo will start on the outside. We'll see what happens as they get ready to roll. Sloan brings them down quick through 3 and 4. Eddie lets them go, and Sloan gets the jump on the field.
A good move for Alan Leach also. He takes a spot back from Todd Anarumo. They come off the second corner. Robin Sloan leading the way as they go down into turn number 3.
Leach closes into the back bumper. One to go this time by Sloan off at turn number 4. Gets the white flag. Leach and Anarumo run double wide for the second position.
All Robin Sloan has to do is just hang on for just a half a lap longer to keep Alan Leach and Todd Anarumo at bay, and she will find herself sitting in victory lane.
Off the corner they come. Sloan keeps the rubber to the track, and she picks up the first win of the 2000 racing season. Leach finishes in second, Anarumo third, Olet and Rigo the top 5. But what a race the field pulls up next to her. Anarumo, Rigo, Olet, and Leach will all pull up side and give a big thumbs up to the number 4 for Robin Sloan. Billy Clark does as well. Mark DeJesus. One win last year in the top 5 in the final point standings tonight. Takes up her first of this season. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for the Seekonk, Massachusetts native Robin Sloan, our Seekonk Sports Truck Feature winner. And a very happy hometown native. Don't forget, if you want to get a copy of tonight's racing action, you can catch it on the big screen at Pub 99, just up the road on just off of 195 in Seekonk on Tuesday night, 7 o'clock. If you can't make it and you want to watch it, grab a copy from Frank and Helen's video over here on the main straightaway on the turn 1 side. As she comes around, ladies and gentlemen, give her a round of applause. First win for the 2000 racing season. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Robin Sloan, our Seekonk Sports Truck Feature winner. NASCAR Sportsman Division rolls out onto the racetrack. 25 laps will be the main distance for this main event. Starting on the pole out of Warwick, Rhode Island in car number 9, it's Paul Vaness, outside of Vaness out of Seekonk, Mass. The Advanced Automotive Reed's Produce car number 0 for Mike Tracy. 2 rows back on the inside out of Coventry, Rhode Island. The Service Auto Body Simpson's Auto Care number 88 for Kenny Bamford. Outside of Bamford out of Assonet, Massachusetts, the Freetown Sand and Gravel K&S Machine car number 57, it's Dean Petty. Tom Scully Jr. rolls off on the inside of row number 3 in car number 7. He's out of Cranston, Rhode Island. Outside of him, out of Block Island, Rhode Island, car number 13, it's Robbie Murphy. Our 1998 Sportsman Champ rolls off 7th on the field out of Somerset, Mass. The number 81 for James Lawrence. Outside of Lawrence, out of Attleboro, Mass, the DJ's Lounge. R&F Transport number 2 for Dave Titus. Baltimore, Mass. brings us the NAC Security Systems LH Belanger & Sons car number 70. How about a round of applause for Glenn Lawton. Outside of Lawton, out of Fall River, Mass. The T. Cabral Electric. Kevin's Professional Detailing car number 6 for Ed Gannon III. 6 rows back on the inside, out of Taunton, Massachusetts, the R&F Transport Raham Auto Sales car number 3. It's Kenny Spencer. Outside of Spencer, out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, the Custom Auto Body. Spumoni's Restaurant number 71. It's Jerry Digasperry Jr. WE Freight Trucking brings us this 13th driver out of Rehoboth, Mass. Car number 89, it's Ron Reed. Outside of Reed, in car number 32, it's Billy Goodrow. Our points leader rolls off 15th on the field out of Mansfield, Mass. In the Viking sheet metal, Kids Corner Child's Care, car number 99, it's the Fireball, Glenn Young. Outside of Young out of Warren, Rhode Island, in the Family Collision Center, Rhode Island, Ogden bonus, car number 65. Last Saturday night's feature winner, it's Ron Lolo. 9 rows back on the inside, out of Taunton, Mass. The G-Loads Construction RNC Auto Service car number 26. Last year's Rookie of the Year, it's Pete Fernandez. Outside of Fernandez, out of Taunton, Mass. The Douglas A. King Builders National number 10 for Scott Dion. Robbie Doobie out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, starts 19th on the field in the Instant Plumbing number 44. Outside of Doobie out of Carver, Mass. In the Butch Merritt Welding Seasons Palace Chinese Restaurant number 28 for Sean Woodward. Leroy Hudson starts on the inside of row number 11 out of Norton, Mass. The Propane Plus BR Recycling number 02. Outside of him, out of Pembroke, Mass. The Jeff Removal and Recycling Lion Labels number 4 for Steve Randall and Tracy Harrigan out of Warwick, Rhode Island in the 11 rounding out the field. Blue flag is out, we're underway. Number 9 is Walden as Mr. National behind him, turn number 1. He has the lead as they make their way off. Turn number 2, he's got the 0 of Mike Tracy on the high side as they drive into turn number 3. The sign man, Tony Bamford inside for the 3rd spot, and he's way outside the 4th. Second ride to the 2nd side. It's Roberts on the front straightaway right off the pace. Doobie with some front end damage in the number 44. That's going to bring out the first caution of this Sportsman feature event. Out of his number 44, a lot of front-end damage to that machine. Looks mostly sheet metal as he looks over the damage. The Instant Plumbing Pontiac for Doobie, a second week out with that machine, and still looking for a little luck on his side. Saturday night, the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series. Back after a 13-year absence. One of the most anticipated events in the history of the Seekonk Speedway for the CarQuest 150. I don't know if we've mentioned that enough, but if you've been here in the past for NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series, or you grew up like I did watching the Modifieds right here, drivers like George Summers, George Savory, Bugsy Stevens, honed their craft. Well, some of the teams will look familiar. We used to watch Bugsy Stevens drive the Joe Brady 00. Next week, it's going to be Rick Martin behind the wheel of that car. Hot Barry's number 21 with George Summers behind the wheel for many, many years. We'll see Mike Units go behind the wheel of that machine. Drivers who started here at the Seekonk Speedway. Steve Channing has been absent from the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series this year. Hopefully, he'll make a return here next Saturday night. Jimmy Kuhn started in our Sportsman division. Dave Bergman ran our Pro Stocks for many seasons. And Mike Bowler ran a few seasons here as well. They'll be back next Saturday night. The last time the Modifieds were here, Reggie Ruggiero sat in victory lane. And Mario Fiore's number 44. Well, both of those teams have been victorious in the 2000 racing season. Well, the last time the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series ran, Mario Fiore's machine sat in victory lane with Jerry Marquis behind the wheel. And Reggie Ruggiero has a win this season as well, coming down at the Richmond International Raceway. Both looking to pick up the win here next Saturday. Looking to pick up the win tonight, though. Paul Vaness rolls off at turn number 4. Green flag is out. Eddie Moore gets it. Vaness gets the pick on his side. Down the back straightaway, and Cannon off the pace. Down the back straightaway, and cars getting together. The 99 of Wayne Young goes around. And that's going to bring out our second caution of this race. So Young with his new suit and all, bringing out our second caution of the Sportsman event. And we have one lap complete so far in the Sportsman event. Now, one driver that's been absent from our Sportsman division so far in the 2000 racing season, Ron St. Pierre out of Plymouth, Mass. Talked to him earlier tonight, looking to get back within the next couple of weeks, but wanted me to relay a message to his wife, Pam. He says, Father's Day is tomorrow, but your birthday takes precedence. He wants to wish you a happy 29th birthday. Signal given, and Young stops at turn number 4 to make sure his crew gives him the approval to keep on going. They get the crossover signal, looking for the clinch green flag, this time by for the green as we get ready to roll off at turn number 4. Eddie Moore looking at him off the corner. Again, Vanessa and Tracy on the front row. Green flag is always back on the line. off for turn number 2. Look at Dean Petty trying to make it 3 wide. Takes a peek to the inside. No room there. He's got to back off. Sets in for second. Third right now as they roll off the fourth. 15 wide. Scores through the auto roll on the outside. Gets kicked up from third to Gazette Cannon. And James Warren screws underneath down the back shoulder. Now the 71. And Deacon Perry follows through down the bottom as well. Down into 3 and 4. Off the second corner they come. It's Vanessa. Petty. Tracy. 1, 2, 3 on the outside. Robbie Murphy trying to get a run going. He battles with the 88. On Kenny Vanter. Off the corner they come. And looking like Tracy dives to the top side. Slows up just a little bit. Vanter down to the bottom. Looking for third down into 3. Dave Curtis looks to the inside of Rob Murphy. Down into 3 and 4. Off the corner they come. They're on the little ride. That's the bottom of the left on the racetrack. Take a look deep in the race, in the back. The 99 down, starting to work his way through the traffic. He works with the 70 of Red Wood. Right behind him in the 7. The top Skelly Jr. and the 10 of Scott Dion. He's got a lot of work cut out for him up front. The 9 of Vanessa sets the pace. The 57. Dean Petty sits second. Banter now sits third. Titus up the fourth. James on side down the bottom. Working for fifth. He's got Lucas Valley and Toe down to the right side. Off at turn number 4, the 9 of Vanessa continues to set the pace. Off the pace, down off at turn number 4, settles in right in front of the 89 of Ron Reed. The yellow 57 of Dean Petty now takes a look to the top side, trying to get around the 9 of Ron Vanessa. If he's going to get tied to the lead, he's got to run for it. Down the back, straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Settles it back behind, shutting the door on Kenny Manfred of the number 8. Mike Tracy continuing to backslide on the top side. Deacon Barry now takes a look down to the inside. They roll up and turn to the 4. He's got the 2. Kenny Spencer right, totally high down. The number 65 of Fred Laurel and the 26 of Peter Fernandez battling for position. Off the corner, come look at the action down the back. Gentlemen, 3 cars involved. As the 65 of Ron Laurel, the 32 of Billy Goodwell, the 89 of Ron Reed, all 3 cars involved. Goodwell took a wild ride over the hood of the 65 of Laurel. Goodwell pulls away under his own power, but Ron Laurel, you can see the hood has been ripped off that machine, and a lot of fluid coming out from underneath him, and the 89 of Ron Reed. So the caution is out again for the Sportsman Division, just at the halfway point. So we've now got 11 of 25 laps completed. Bob Broder, please come to the main tower. Bob Broder, please come to the main tower. Before you leave tonight, ladies and gentlemen, check your pockets. Make sure you've got your keys. If you don't, maybe this sounds familiar. Got a set right here up in the announcer's tower for one unlucky fan that has dropped them somewhere on the speedway. All you have to do is identify them, and you'll be able to get back into your house and into your vehicle. difference? Well, I've had one driver begging me to come up to the booth and help me out. Bob Broder, driver of the number 13 Formula 4. Welcome back up top.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and don't think I can fill Derek's shoes up here or come half as close as the job that you and Derek do on a weekly basis up here, but it sure is a pleasure to come up here and
knock it off.
try to finish out this Western race
next week. That's it. But great to have you up top, and let's have some fun for the remainder of the race. Sportsman division, 11 laps completed, and we're ready to roll through the remainder of the race. Given and ready to roll, and just a lap or two as the safety crew continues the cleanup down in turn number 3.
Paul Vanas driving the number 9 Sportsman Club Fantasy Ride. Having one of the best runs so far this year. We're going to see if Paul can hold off outside competitor Dean Petty with Kenny Bamford in the 88 coming on pretty strong in these last half laps that we have left here in the Sportsman division.
You look in the second half of the top 10, and you've got Jerry DeGasperi, you've got Kenny Spencer working there, both their ways through. The 81 of James Lawrence as well, all trying to find their way to the top of the field. But Vanessa's setting a good pace so far tonight.
Keep your eye on that number 99 of Glenn Young. He got into an altercation earlier in the feature race on the backstretch, and he's worked his way back up inside the top 15 cars.
It's good to see that you've been paying attention, too, after you got out of the Formula 4. And I got to say, you guys here, when you brought it in, and the rest of the Formula 4s, did a great job. 4 minutes you guys were completed your feature event. I think you guys just wanted to get done and watch the pro stocks.
We just wanted to get our race in with the rain. We weren't sure if it was going to come back in or not, as we just want to get our race. Go green, Paul Vanas, brings him down to the stripes, takes him down to the front stretch.
Down in turn 1, Vanessa gets the jump. Look at Petty. Power on the outside, double wide into 3. Petty with a little bit of an advantage. Cross flags this time by. Petty gets crossed up in the speedy drive.
Vanas on the number 9 takes the halfway sign from Eddie Moore. Dean Petty battling back in the second spot on the outside.
Well, the outside groove wasn't kind to Petty the last time. This time, Vanessa gets crossed up. Petty throws it back in the zone. That was good driving by Lawrence and everybody behind him. But as they come to 3 and 4 again, White fitting it around the corner. Vanessa sets the pace. Petty trying to make a run. On the outside, he's really strong. Single file now down into 3 and 4. Lawrence lifting it back into the pit area. As they roll off the corner, Petty again takes it up to the top side. As they go side by side, Petty trying to make a run for the lead one more time.
Side by side as they go down the backstretch into turn 3. It's Paul Vanas on the bottom and Dean Petty coming on the outside.
28 is Sean Woodward, hits the outside retaining wall here in the first straightaway all by himself. Up front, looking to battle off in turn number 4. Petty trying to even up with Vanessa down into 3 and 4. Vanessa with about a half a car length advantage. Vanessa trying to hold on down by front in turn number 1. The 6 of Petty goes around. 7 of Scully gets involved as well. The 13 of Rob Murphy back under caution one more time. So caution out again for the 4th time in the Sportsman race, and a little bit of fluid from, it looks like it may be the 7 of Scully as he pulls away under his own power. Gannon has already pulled away.
I'm sure Paul Vanas didn't want to see was a late caution here. You see Paul going down into the grass down here in the turn 1 area, trying to put a little coolness into his tires. Well, he's been doing that just about every week as we watch him under the caution flags. Penalties coming out now. The 70 of Glenn Lawton going to the rear of the field for his help with the number 0 of Mike Tracy.
of Mike Tracy going to the rear of the field with his participation with the 81 of James Lawrence. Complete, 9 laps remain as Glenn Lawton pulls away. He'll join at the rear of the field. And the 0 of Mike Tracy waiting for him to get to the rear. You talked a couple of minutes ago about the 99 of Glenn Young. He now sits inside the top 10. As does just about everybody else out there. And trying to work his way back up to the front. Kind of been a seesaw battle at the top of the point standings for the Sportsman division. And between him, Joey DeGasperi, and a couple of the other drivers at top, kind of jumping back and forth.
Eddie Moran giving Peter Fernandez the flag there, telling him, we're watching you from our area, you keep an eye on what's going on the track, and we'll worry about what's going on up here in the stands.
The 6 pulls out of the pit area. He'll join at the rear of the field, and with 9 laps remaining, see what he can salvage out of the rest of this field, him and Glenn Lawton.
Again, and not quite sure where he belongs here in the Sportsman feature. With 9 laps to go, Rocky had to inform him that he will be joining the tail end of the lead lap here. Cleanup continues in turns 3 and 4 as we get ready to start this 9-lap dash to the end of the Sportsman feature race.
Double-up signal given to the field. Cleanup continuing down in turn number 3 and 4. Getting some of that speedy dry off the racing surface. And it looks like we're just about set. We should get the clinch green flag next time by. The winner of this, we talked about it, the Roy Devereaux Memorial Award winner. One of the most coveted trophies that you can pick up throughout the racing season. Lap and a question to tell you about Roy Devereaux. And every year, given to the winner of the top divisions here at the Seekonk Speedway. It's been given to modified winners, SKs, mini modifieds, and also the Sportsman division. Now it's settled between the Sportsman and the Pro Stocks. Chad Chase picked it up tonight for the Pro Stocks. Not his first.
Caution light is out as Paul Vaness brings him down the backstretch, heading into turns 3. Eddie Moran looks him over, likes what he sees, green flag is out. We're back on the race with 9 laps to go. Double wide down in turn number 1. Eddie again trying to get the momentum on the outside. Look at Titus down the wall. 3 wide action off the corner. The 4 of Randall goes around in 1 and 2. And it looks like that's going to bring us right. Nope, we stay on the green. That's Randall keeps that 4 rolling. Making the race of it at the front of the field, has to back off just a hair to let the 4 by as they roll off at turn number 4. Ted is trying to get a run as Vaness gets sideways off the 4. Here comes Titus down to the bottom. Well, Vaness trying to get back to the bottom to try to close the door. Him and Titus touch. Vaness has a slight advantage as they go down the backstretch. Looks like Dave Titus is going to make it through 3 and 4, bring it back to the stop-finish line. Oh, and Kenny Spencer goes around. Spencer got up in the marbles, up in the top side, spins it down to the grass. Biggest story down in the bottom. Titus trying to make it 3 wide into 3 and 4. Off the corner they come. Titus sets the pace. Paul Vaness on the outside trying to hold on.
looking to become the first repeat winner. And here comes Fernandez, our defending Rookie of the Year, taking a look to the top side. Van tries to squeeze Dave Titus down in turn 4. As they go down to turn 1, they are door to door, side by side, nose to nose. There is no advantage here. How about a tip of the hat for Paul Vaness? Keeping that Club Fantasies number 9 hooked on the outside. Across the stripe with 3 laps to go. Titus just edging him out. Again, taking a look to the outside. Right flag high in the air. Dave Titus in the number 2 on the bottom. He's off at turn number 4. He gets in there looking for Andy Stein. On the middle. He gets down into second. Fernandez on the outside. Number 1 down the back. Straight right. Titus leads the back. Battle for second off at turn number 4. Checkered flag is in the air. Fernandez on the outside. He takes a lead. Fernandez takes down the win. Titus is the second. Peter Story third. Vaness fourth. We're in the 57, I believe, in the top 5. But ladies and gentlemen, how about that for an exciting finish for our X-Side Sportsman Division feature event? Once these guys got going and the green flag started to form, the racing became probably one of the most interesting races here tonight at Seekonk Speedway. Well, how about that? Fernandez working on the outside with 2 laps to go, back in 4th, with 1 to go, back in 3rd, and as they rolled up at turn number 4, the 2 of Titus got sideways, and Fernandez just squeezed through for the win. A big round of applause for the G. Lopes Construction RNC Auto Service car number 26. Out of Taunton, Mass, it's Peter Fernandez, our Sportsman feature winner, and our Devereaux Memorial feature event winner. Well, it was a pleasure, folks. I appreciate you letting me take the time to talk to you from up in this booth, but I would personally rather be out on the track racing in that Formula 4. Kevin, I do want to thank you for having me up here. I want to say hi to my nephew Christopher, my fiancée Holly down there. I should be back in about 5 minutes. Congratulations. Good run tonight, Bob, and hopefully we'll see you in Victory Lane sometime today. Try to catch your brother out there in the Formula 4s. Coming down for our feature winner for the Roy Devereaux Memorial Sportsman event, and an exciting finish at that. Don't forget, pick up your copy from Frank and Helen's video. Check it out on the big screen Tuesday night at Pub 99. Our final event of the night is out on the racetrack now. 20 laps for the street stocks as they get ready to go. And this is the way they're scheduled to go. Starting on the pole in car number 28 out of North Attleboro, Mass, it's Bill Beardwood. Outside of Beardwood out of Warwick, Rhode Island, the Nats Racing Engines number 9 for Ryan Vaness. 2 rows back on the inside out of Fall River, Mass, the DJ's Lounge. For Doug Rio, outside of Rio, out of West Warwick, Rhode Island. The Phoenix Fire Alarm and Communications Allied Fire Protection number 65 for Eddie Moniz. Willie Dias rolls off 5th on the grid in the Nails by Viv Allstate Auto Transport number 7. Outside of him out of New Bedford, Mass, the number 4 for Russ Sportsfall. North Attleboro, Mass's Kevin Folan rolls off on the inside of row number 4. Outside of him out of Warwick, Rhode Island, car number 8 for Jeremy Lilly. Edgartown, Mass's Alex Bernard, the graduate tomorrow in car number 49 rolls off 9th. Outside of him out of North Attleboro, Mass, the 01 for Mark St. George. 6 rows back on the inside out of Warren, Rhode Island, the Broadway Kitchens. Wings extend car number 5 for Tom Furtado. Outside of Furtado out of Warwick, Rhode Island, car number 30 for Mike Vaness. Lucky 13th on the field out of Seekonk, Mass. Number 6 for Rich Cavallero. Outside of Cavallero in the W.S. Shepherd Company Manchester Racing Engines, car number 21. 2-time defending champion for Bobby Betancourt Jr. 8 rows goes on the inside. The TLC Cleaning Company, Southeast Transport number 26, out of Halifax, Mass. It's Rob Mohan. Outside of Mohan, out of Berkeley, Mass. And the F. Betancourt and Sons Excavating, R. Rose Enterprises number 24. It's Bobby Rose. Jim Sylvia will start 17th on the field out of Middletown, Rhode Island. Outside of him, out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, the boat video number 12. Last Saturday night's feature winner from Mark Langlois. Danville, Rhode Island's Johnny Cirillo starts 19th in the Cranston wall covering. Paul Bailey's Ford, number 37. Outside of him in the custom drywall, Simpson Race Cars, number 19 for Pistol, Pete Simpson. Al Clements, the fourth, starts 21st out of Oak Bluff, Massachusetts in the 99. Outside of Clements, out of West Warwick, Rhode Island, is 06 for Steve Malcolm. Oak Bluff, Massachusetts, Al Clements, the third in the Marianne Turkington upholstery, number 72. Rolls off on the inside of row number 12. Outside of him, out of Seekonk, Mass, the Spanky's Racing Collectibles, Darling's Restaurant, number 83 for Eric Snow. And starting on the inside of the 13th and final row out of East Falmouth, Massachusetts, the Falmouth Recycling LPR auto removal, number 58 for Louis Remiza. And starting scratch out of Somerville, Mass, the Ross Food Service Boston Push Concessions car, number 25, it's Brian Connors. That's the way they're scheduled to go. 20 laps for the final event of tonight's racing action. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for their patience tonight with Mother Nature and all the on-track happenings. Don't forget, next Saturday night, the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series. I can't wait. I hope you'll be here, too. I know I've got a great seat. Ready to roll off of turn number 4. Billy Beard with Ryan Vaness on the front row. Off the corner they come. Rocky lets him go underway. Trouble on the start down in turn number 1 to 26 of Mohan. The 12 of Mark Langlois get together. Everybody makes it by except for Mohan sits stranded there in turn number 1. He now gets it rolling, but not before we go under caution. The 65 of Eddie Moniz going around in turn number 3 after the caution had flown, and Mohan will take that car to the pit area to make sure that is all set. Don't forget, to check your pockets before you leave. I've got a set of keys up here in the main tower. Some sheet metal hanging from the right front, and the tech officials will have to check that machine out to make sure there's no serious damage to that machine. This will be a complete restart with the exception of the the right front sheet metal hanging off on the fender. It's got no left side sheet metal at all. So I'll have to check that car out, make sure that he is okay to continue on. They do run a piece of sheet metal on the inside of the roll bar, or on the outside of the roll bar for a secondary check, and they'll check that car out to see if he is okay to continue on. Also getting a consultation down there at turn number 3 for the left rear sheet metal, I believe, on that machine. He's been deemed okay. He'll go back to his starting position again. So this is a complete restart. No laps have been completed. case I haven't mentioned it tonight, two things, actually three. One, we want to wish all the fathers a happy Father's Day tomorrow. Hope you enjoy yourself. I know I'm looking forward to my first Father's Day. Hope you all enjoy yourselves as much as I hope I will. Second, we want to thank you all for your patience, for sticking it out with us here tonight with the rain delay and the on-track happenings. No word yet on Dave Hutchins' condition. And third of all, don't know if I mentioned it or not, but the modifieds are 7 days away from attacking the action track of the East. Got a chance to see some video footage on TV today from their last race at the Riverhead Speedway on Long Island, New York. Kind of tight there. Talked to Carl Pasteryak, who was here for the Goodyear tire tests, and also looking forward to coming back where he used to race on a regular basis. His brother Charlie Pasteryak used to come down here on a regular basis as well. Also looking to come back. He was here a couple of weeks ago on our open modified test on a Sunday afternoon. That was back on June 4th. Ran some strong laps, looking forward to coming back. He was here a couple of seasons ago with a pro stock. Looking for the win in the modified next Saturday night. Looking for the green right here though, Billy Baird, Ryan Vanessa on the front row. 0 laps have been completed, still 20 laps remain. As we get ready to roll off at turn number 4, Rocky lets him go. Throws a green flag hard in the air, and David and Vanessa dragging is down into turn number 1. Double wide off the second corner, and Vanessa a little bit behind in the 8 ball, if you will, as the 28 of Baird rolls off at turn number 4. He sets the pace. Vanessa back in second. Louis Dias, number 7. Up to third, fourth, lost ball. Polish is fifth in the number 17. He gets crossed up off at turn number 2. Number 5 of Tom Furtado gets the run down on the bottom. Vanessa now takes a look to the inside of Baird. Couldn't get it done on the outside. Now takes a look down low off at turn number 2. They pull away by 3 car lengths over Louis Dias in the number 7. Furtado and Folan, they round out the top 5. With the number 4 Boswell on the outside. He's battling now in the 6th. Cavallaro as they head down into turn number 1. Up front, Vanessa takes a look to the inside of Baird, up to the wheel. Backs up the throttle as Baird would shut the door. Looking for Furtado now. The blue and white, number 5, gets a run on the outside. They are getting him for third out of the stripe. Behind him, Kevin Folan, the number 17, trying to find a way by. Looking Vanessa up to the door. Baird with contact again. Baird shuts the door, cuts up the racetrack, and looking for Furtado. Hard on the outside with the caution flag out for the 49 of Alex Bernard. Look at Brian Connors, number 23, a lot of right side sheet metal damage. Complete, 16 laps remain. Robert Mohan again heads towards the pit area. Want to remind everybody as they leave tonight, please drive carefully. And as you leave the Speedway, if you're heading west on Route 6 towards Providence, please exit towards the west end of the Speedway or the turn 4 side. Or if you're heading east on Route 6 towards Fall River, please exit towards the east side or the turn 1 side. Make things a little bit easier as we exit the Speedway and head home after a full night of racing, which actually turned out to be a very nice night. A little humid, but always so enjoyable here at the Seekonk Speedway. slowing down in turn number 1. Alex Bernard getting towed back into the pit area. The number 72 of Al Clements III needing some assistance as well. Tomorrow he gets the diploma. Tonight he gets the education. Alex Bernard, a tough way to end a night of racing on the back of the Roses Garage tow truck. Silver Brothers also busy at work with Al Clements III down in the infield. Complete, just about ready to roll. Billy Birdwood has set the pace from the drop of the green. Ryan Vaness on the outside on the restart. The 5 of Tom Furtado, the 7 of Louis Dias, the 17 of Kevin Boland, and the 6 of Rich Cavallero, the 24 of Robbie Rose, the 21 of Bobby Betancourt Jr., the 4 of Russ Horsfall, and the 30 of Mike Vaness round out the top 10. We'll get the clinch green flag this time by. 4 down, 16 to go, ready to roll next time by. Out, ready to roll, 4 down, 16 to go. Billy Birdwood and Ryan Vaness in the front row. The 5 of Tom Furtado, the 7 of Louis Dias, the 17 of Kevin Boland, the 6 of Rich Cavallero. Roll off of 4. Green flag is out. Birdwood and Vaness drag us down the front straight. Look at Vaness, hook shot right into turn number 1. Birdwood battles back down to the inside. They go double wide down the back straight away, even into turn number 3. Birdwood, the white number 28. Ryan Vaness, the black number 9, as he runs the outside. Full drive is looking for their first win of the season. So is Tom Furtado with number 5. He sits third. All over the back bumper of Billy Birdwood. Kevin Boland back on the outside, falling back to 21. Has gotten by a Ben Cook, a 30 of Mike Vaness. He was trying to make it a Vaness front end as he tries to work his way battles into 21 of Bobby Betancourt Jr. Off of turn number 4 they come. Still side by side for the lead. Give the lead at the stripe to Ryan Vaness in the number 9. The 28 of Bill with the 5 of Furtado. Takes a look. 3 wide down the back. Straight over for the lead. Vaness up high. Birdwood. Furtado down to the bottom. Furtado leads him off for turn number 4. He picks up the lead. Dias tries to run down underneath Birdwood. Contact as the 9 of Vaness gets slowed up. The 28 of Birdwood looks like he's got a flat right front tire. Tom Furtado takes a look to the bottom, gets the lead, and leads the next lap. Louis Dias is second. Third is the 6 of Rich Cavallero. The 9 of Ryan Vaness with some sheet metal rubbing on that left rear tire. 10 down, 10 to go. This time by. Tom Furtado sets the pace. Second, Louis Dias. Cavallero over the back. Taking a look down to the inside. Off of turn number 2, contact. Trouble, the 30 of Mike Vaness gets sideways. Couple of cars can't make contact. Look at that. They keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen.
Your leader comes off in turn number 2 with 12 laps in the mix. The 5 of Tom Furtado sets the pace. Louis Dias in second in the number 7. Third, the 6 of Rich Cavallaro. Betancourt sits fourth. Forward is fifth. Sixth is the 24. Rose with Logan Sylvia on the outside. The 116 out of Middletown, Rhode Island. Off the island, making the run towards the top of the field. Rob Mohan goes a lap down to the leader as Furtado gets by on the inside. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, nose to tail as they roll off at turn number 2. Dias holding on. Cavallaro takes a look down to the inside. Betancourt in fourth. Right there, look at the 116. Jim Silver working the outside group. Trying to work his way up to the front. He's got a lot of traffic and a lot of fast cars right there. Mohan gets the black flag again. The 17 of Kevin Bowen breaks off of turn number 4. He stalls that car off the corner, and that is not a good sign at all. You can hear the race car break up as he tried to get it refired. You can see him starting to refire it, and the fuel that sits in the chambers igniting in the exhaust. 14 laps complete, 6 laps remain in the street stock main event. And Tom Furtado looking for his first win of the 2000 racing season. Signal given to the field, just about ready to go as a cleanup. A little bit of debris down in turn number 1. Tom Furtado and Louis Dias on the front row. Rich Cavallaro and Bobby Betancourt Jr. The 116 of Jim Sylvia and the 24 of Robbie Rose in row number 3. The field is set, ready to roll. 14 laps complete, 6 laps remain. Bowen and Dias on the front row. Looking for the green off of turn number 4. Chief's daughter on the sidelines. Rocky's got the green flag. Waiting for them to hit the straight. There they are. We're back underway. Furtado gets the jump down off of turn number 2. Here comes Cavallaro down to the bottom. Got a run to the inside of Dias. That's a battle for second on back. Double wide. Cavallaro pulls out. Look at Sylvia 3 wide. Dias to the bottom for second off of turn number 2. Takes a look at it to the inside of Cavallaro. 5 to go. That time by. And up front, the 5 of Tom Furtado. Looking for his first win of the 2000 racing season. Sylvia now sits in second. Cavallaro, Dias, and Steve North, the other one he's at, to round out the top 5. Problems, Dias goes around up and turn him. Oh, one car hits him in the left rear quarter. That's the 19 of Pete Simpson. And that's going to bring out another caution. Now pulls away under his own power.
16 down and 4 laps remain. The 12 of Mark Langlois coming back out of the pit area as Louis Dias heads into the pits. How about a tip of the hat to Steve Malcolm in the 06? Started 22nd on the field, had to come through the consolation round. It's up into the 4th racing position. Good run for him so far tonight. The 116 of Sylvia started back in 17th and now sits 2nd. Furtado started back on the inside of row number 5 in the 11th position. And with 4 laps to go, looking for his first green flag of the afternoon. Lights extinguished around the speedway. 4 laps remaining for Tom Furtado, and now Jim Sylvia on the outside of the front row, looking for them off of turn number 4. Rocky likes what he sees. Green is out, and they drag race down into turn number 1. Sylvia taking the wide way around. Furtado keeping left side tires down along the white line. As they hit turn 3, they are still dead even. As they come across the straight, this time 17 laps in the books. Furtado with about a half a car length advantage. Sylvia still working on the outside. Off the second corner, Furtado now sets the pace. Sylvia back in a second. Cavallero now coming rules the top 5. Turn 6 in the air, 2 to go. 18 down, this time by. Furtado leads the pack down at 22. Sylvia all over the back. Don't get squirrely off it too. That allows Furtado to open up about a half a car length all that way. With 1 lap to go, off the corner they come. Final time around for the Saints racing action and for the street stock 20 lap main event. Sylvia dogging the 5 of Furtado. Off the corner they come. Down into 3 and 4. Checkered flag high in the air. Sylvia making a last ditch effort off at turn number 4. Checkered flag is out. Furtado has hit the lead. Sylvia for second. Cavallero was the third for the top 5. Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any more exciting, Sylvia makes one last effort off of turn number 4, and the win goes to, for the first time in the 2000 Racing Series, out of North Dayton, Massachusetts, the Broadway Kitchens, Conlin & Sons Refrigeration, Winds Extend, Palico Supplies, Conlin Signs, LeCavre & Sowersby, Finest Racing Engines, Monroe Dairy, Jeff Bags Welding, Apollo Radiator number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Tom Furtado. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to thank you all for coming down and celebrating what turned out to be a beautiful Saturday night of racing here at the Seekonk Speedway. I don't know if I mentioned it. I want to remind you, next Saturday night, the CarQuest 150 for the NASCAR Featherweight Modified Series. Open wheel modified racing at its best next Saturday night right here. In the meantime, you want to catch the winners, stop down at the Pub 99 on Tuesday night. Catch all the winners. Tom Furtado in this division, our Pro Stock winner, Chad Chase, our Sportsman winner, Peter Fernandez, our Seekonk Sports Truck winner, Robin Sloan, and our Formula 4 winner, Liquid Lee Hayes. Tuesday night, Pub 99. Stop by and check it all out. Don't forget, next Saturday, the Modifieds, be here early. Time trials start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gates open at 3. One more time, a big round of applause. Tom Furtado, our street stock feature winner. He'll be up in victory lane in just a couple of minutes. And Jim Sylvia's dad down there, down at the start finish line, giving him a big round of applause and a good run for both drivers. Good run by Jim Sylvia to finish second. again want to thank all of our weekly supporters. Of course, the safety crew, what a great job they did, along with the Seekonk Fire Department, Response Ambulance Service, Rose's Garage, Silver Brothers Towing, all on hand each and every week. A thankless job they have, but a big thank you to help them out. Very happy Father's Day, everybody. Want to thank Budweiser, the king of beers, for being on hand. Pepsi Cola, proud to be pouring here at the Seekonk Speedway. Of course, the New England Dodge dealers in the beautiful 1999 Dodge Dakota RT Sports Truck. Don't forget the CarQuest 150 next Saturday night. On behalf of the staff and management here at the Seekonk Speedway, and for the family of the late Anthony Vendetti, for Dirk Pedersigler and Bob Rodell, thanks for helping out. I'm Kevin Boucher. We'll see you with the Modifieds next Saturday.
Not have to worry about it.
You got that gas pedal, when you put it in gear, you can go.
Yeah, we know. You do that quite a bit.